台中。伟伦，你有听到我说话吗？
Hello everyone， 欢迎大家参与2021国际 Esco 产业线上交流研讨会。我们今天活动即将就要开始了，所以要提醒大家，在这个活动期间，务必将您的麦克风还有镜头是要全程关闭的。另外呢，如果你需要同步观看这一次的活动讲义，记得可以扫描荧幕画面上的 QR code 来下载。那我们活动即将就要在1点钟开始，所以请线上的贵宾稍待片刻，谢谢大家。Hello everyone, welcome to the 2021 International Esco webinar, and we will begin very shortly, so please make sure you have your camera and microphones are all turned off throughout the whole event. And if you wish to retrieve the presentation slides for the webinar, please just simply scan the QR code on the screen. See you all very soon. We'll be right back. 各位长官、线上的贵宾们，大家好！欢迎大家参与2021国际 Esco 产业线上交流研讨会。我是今天的主持人涂恩晨。首先呢，我要来代表主办单位经济部能源局以及协办单位财团法人台湾绿色生产力基金会，要欢迎各位长官以及贵宾一同来参与我们今天的线上国际交流研讨会。Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the 2021 International ESCO webinar. I'm your moderator today, Stella Tu. On behalf of the Bureau of Energy and Taiwan Green Productivity Foundation, we'd like to welcome all of our guests, participants, and speakers who are joining us today. So allow me to first introduce all of our speakers. 首先，我们要来依照演讲的顺序介绍这一次国际交流研讨会所邀请到的产业专家们。第一位是中华民国能源技术服务商业同业工会赵宏耀赵理事长 ，Mr. Hong Yao Chao, the President of Taiwan Energy Service Association。另外，我们有2位来自日本的讲者 ，We have 2 speakers from Japan.Head of International Affairs Committee, Japan Association of Energy Service Companies, Mr. Tetsuya Maekawa, and Ms. Misumi Totsuga from Asbil Corporation. 接着呢，我们还有来自菲律宾的讲者 ，Our speaker from the Philippines, Mr. Alexander Ablaza, representing Philippine Energy Efficiency Alliance. 另外呢，我们也有来自新加坡的讲者。Our speaker from Singapore is Mr. Vincent Low, Council of Sustainable Energy Association of Singapore. 另外呢，我们也有来自马来西亚的讲者 ，Speaker from Malaysia, Mr. Zulkifli Zahari, President of Malaysia Association of Energy Service Companies. 我最后介绍的是来自韩国的讲者 ，Our speaker from South Korea, Mr. Yoon Suk-jae, representing Korea Association of Esco。好，我们今天非常荣幸的可以邀请到国内以及国际 Esco 产业专家一同上线，来和大家一起分享各国 Esco 以及节能减碳法规政策、市场现况，还有节能产业的主流发展以及节能技术探讨等等的。今天在每3位讲者讲授的议题结束之后，我们就会进行5分钟的休息时间。那在活动的最后1个小时，我们将会进行研讨会的 Q&A 座谈。所以如果你在活动当中有任何系统操作上的问题，或者是想要请教讲者提问的话，我们都非常欢迎大家在留言区发问，我们的小编就会及时的为大家来做服务。那其中呢，如果有任何请教讲者的提问，我们小编群也会统一搜集起来，并且在最后的 Q&A 座谈时段，我们会邀请今天线上的讲者一同上线，来和大家做讨论还有解答。So it's our pleasure to be able to invite all of the experts from all these different countries to share with us their ESCO guidelines, regulatory framework, and experiences.After every 3 keynote speeches today, we'll be taking a 5-minute short break, and we will hold a panel discussion during the last hour of the webinar. If you have any connection, technical issues, or problems, feel very free to leave us a comment or a message at the message board. We will respond promptly, and any questions related to today's topics will be answered during the last hour of the panel discussion.那我们现在要正式的进入今天讲题之前，当然我们要来介绍今天与会的长官们，所以请线上的长官们帮我们一起开启你的镜头还有麦克风，帮我们和来宾打声招呼。So now please allow me to first introduce our honorable guests joining us today. 主办单位经济部能源局局长游正伟，游局长 ，Mr. 郑伟瑜 ，Director General Bureau of Energy。协办单位代表财团法人台湾绿色生产力基金会郭胜龙郭执行长 Dr. Shenlong Guo, CEO of Taiwan Green Productivity Foundation。接着要欢迎的是中华民国能源技术服务商业同业工会赵宏耀赵理事长 Mr. Hong Yao Chao, the President of Taiwan Energy Service Association。还有台湾能源技术服务 产业发展协会杨秉春杨理事长 Dr. Bing Chun Yang, the President of Taiwan Association of Energy Service Companies.
OK，
最后还要欢迎我们的中华民国能源技术服务商业同业工会及台湾能源技术服务产业发展协会，也同时是新北市绿色能源产业联盟的陈慧君陈创会理事长。Welcome, Dr. Bill Chen, Founding President of Esco, Tesla, and NTPC. Welcome, everyone. 欢迎各位贵宾。现在呢，我们要邀请主办单位，就是经济部能源局局长游正伟游局长，帮我们来做开场的致辞。So please give our warmest welcome for the representative of organizer, Director General Yu from the Bureau of Energy.
Mr. Tatsuya Maekawa, Mr. Yongsok Jae, Mr. Zulkifli Zahari, Mr. Ongjen Lun, Mr. Alexander Abraza, Mr. Vincent Low, 我们台湾 Esco 工会赵理事长，我们 Esco 协会杨理事长，以及在线上的各位贵宾、各位女士、各位先生，大家午安。那首先很高兴有这个机会代表经济部能源局出席今天的研讨会，谢谢大家一起共同来参加。那我想今天的会议相对的非常的重要。那我们也看到国际能源总署针对我们 Esco 产业有做出相关的一些统计的分析。那我们可以看到，在去年2020年整个的产值大概达到了330亿美元。大概也成长了6%。那尤其随着我们的节能减碳以及对能源的效率的要求，这个能源总署预估到2030年，这个产值还会进一步的提升到824亿元。那这个是在国际上我们对 Esco 相对的越来越重视。那相同的，我们也来看看我们台湾国内的一个发展。那大家都知道，台湾是一个能源缺乏的国家。我们大概98%的能源都是靠进口，对相对的如何降低能源的消费，如何的聪明的有效率的使用我们的能源，同时呢扩展这个再生能源的建设，我想是我们台湾所面临的这个重要的课题。那在我们台湾 Esco 过去的发展里面呢，在这个节能减碳以及能源效率的部分，其实相对的扮演的相当重要的角色。那这一点，尤其从它的一个商业模式，我们可以看得出来，它是从节省的能源消费的这个费用呢，来回馈来收回它所投入的成本。换句话说，这个我们的能源用户本身并不需要来编列相关的预算，那这个就可以来解决我们的能源用户呢，他在这个经费以及专业能力方面这样的一个负担。我想这是一个很好的一个商业模式，我想也是广为世界各国所广为利用的这样的一个模式。那我们看一下台湾有关 Esco 产业的一个发展，从初期大概只有20家厂商，那目前呢已经成长到超过350家这样的一个产业的规模。那尤其你看它的一个产值的话，更是从过去的大概3.9亿不到4亿元这样的规模。现在已经成长到将近160亿这样的规模，那我相信，在未来我们2050近零碳排这样的一个国际趋势下，如何的有效率的使用这个相关的能源，我想是未来我们都要共同面对这样的一个课题，也是一个世界的趋势。当然，台湾也不能避免的要来一样来因应这样的一个发展。那我们可以看到，台湾在发展 Esco 里面。那过去能源局呢，透过节能绩效的保证方案，来辅导我们的业者导入 Esco 这样的一个制度。那我们看到，我们累积这些年下来，大概有466家的厂商，大概已经累积了我们每年的节电的这个度数，大概达到3.8亿度，那相当于22万吨的二氧化碳的排放量。我们从这个成果来看，已经是相当的一个可观。那未来的这个发展呢，我想也是要在更精益求精， 所以我们最近也要导入这个量测验证的这样的一个机制。所以呢，我们也引入了国际的量测验证组织所用的这个专业证照制度，我们希望在台湾也能够落地生根。那初期呢，我们也培养了3位专业的一个讲师，也有150位这样的一个专业的一个证照的人员。我想这些种种呢，都是我们过去针对 Esco 推展所做的一些努力。那我想今天非常谢谢我们的执行单位绿基会这边安排这样的一个国际研讨会，那也邀请了各国在这个领域方面的专家学者，大家一起来分享经验。我想包括日本、包括韩国、包括新加坡、包括菲律宾、马来西亚等等，当然也有我们台湾的专家。我想我们利用这个机会，大家共聚一堂，来分享各国在推动 Esco 方面各国的推动经验，以及最新的这个技术的一个发展。那我们希望透过这样的一个研讨会的一个技术交流，可以让我们各国的这些Esco 业者有一个很好的交流学习的平台以及机会。那也针对未来的国际合作呢，可以奠定基础。那再一次的很高兴今天有这个机会来出席这样的一个研讨会。那我在这边呢，也预祝我们整个大会顺利成功。那各位出席的人都能够有满满的收获。敬祝各位健康快乐。谢谢大家。
好，非常谢谢尤局长，这真的是一个非常难得的交流平台以及机会。Thank you, Mr. Yu. This is a great opportunity for everyone to get on and share our experiences throughout the net. 接着呢，与我们连线的贵宾就是今天的协办单位代表财团法人台湾绿色生产力基金会郭任龙郭执行长。Please welcome our co-organizer of the event, Dr. Shenlong Kuo, the CEO of Taiwan Green Productivity Foundation. Welcome.
因应全球暖化及气候变迁的影响，能源技术服务就是所谓的 Esco 产业这种商业模式呢，在节能减碳提供了一个低成本，几乎是没有成本，然后成本效益非常高的一个解决办法，有效的提升了能源效率及经济的发展。全球各地节能技术日新月异，以及在全球化的这个市场趋势下，能够跨境合作非常的重要。有鉴于此，台湾经济部能源局希望实际推动亚太能源减碳合作，促成国际产业技术与强化商情的交流，建立贸易合作伙伴的关系，进行交流与研讨。诚如局长刚才所谈的，我国能源技术服务产业从2005年的产值从新台币3.9亿元，达到2020年的160亿，16年间成长了40倍。另外呢，我们的家数呢，从2005年20家成长到现在360家，成长了18倍。这16年来，基于我国政府经济部能源局的有睿智的领导及经费的挹注，同时呢，也是 Esco 企业产业的代表们大家一起的努力，再加以财团法人台湾绿色生产力基金会透过政府的计划、节能绩效保证、示范推广、补助专案，推动 Esco 产业的发展，担任政府与 Esco 产业之中的媒介，能够全方位的协助台湾 Esco 产业的发展，才能有以上的成就。所以本次国际 Esco 产业交流研讨会 邀请了我们亚太地区域 Esco 相关工协会上线来参与，将针对国际间 Esco 产业发展的现况及节能技术进行经验的交流，及借由这一次的国际交流，增进我们国际间相互领域的资讯的交换，同时技术的共享，建立国际间合作模式与常态性的 Esco 的交流的坚实管道，带动国际 Esco 产业的发展。最后，本人仅代表财团法人台湾绿色生产力基金会，邀请各位贵宾、各位国际 Esco 产业线上来参加这样一个交流研讨会，并预祝今天大会圆满成功。各位贵宾与线上的所有的朋友们，大家身体健康，万事如意，谢谢。
And we'd like to thank Dr. Shenlong Guo, CEO from the organizer Taiwan Green Productivity Foundation, for his welcome remarks. They are certainly the bridge between Taiwanese government and enterprises to connect all of us together to work on ESCO progress. 紧接着呢，要和我们连线的贵宾就是台湾能源技术服务产业发展协会杨秉纯杨理事长。So now, please welcome Dr. Bing Chun Yang, the president of Taiwan Association of Energy Service Companies. Welcome.
Okay. Good afternoon to all my friends. I think they are most of the new friends and old friends. And my name is Bing Chun Yang. On behalf of the Taiwan Association of Energy Service Company, I would like to extend my warm welcome to everyone here to join this webinar. As the General Director, Mr. Yu and Dr. Guo talking about the situation of the ESCO industry in Taiwan. I think the ESCO industry is supported by the Bureau of Energy. Then ESCO industry in Taiwan grew very rapidly since the business model was introduced to Taiwan in 2005. The market value also grew very quickly from the initial about 14 million US dollars to about 570 million dollars in 2020. Despite on the impact of the COVID-19 in the past year, however, the market dropped only slightly by about 7 million US dollars in 2020. That is only about 1.2%. So that means through the effort and the cooperation with the government and the industry, the ESCO industry already set up and accumulated a lot of the experience. Then the expertise of the ESCO in Taiwan are also expanded their service from the initially probably only the change of some of the equipment, but we will gradually move to the provide the total solution. That is including the analytic of the system and also introduce some of the internet IoT technology and try to use the energy management. So in the Taiwan Association of the Energy Service Company was founded in 2005. We are the first ESCO society here in Taiwan. This is association consists of the skilled professional individuals and the outstanding companies. We promote the ESCO industry by professional training, professional certification, and also provide the third party of the MMV service. In the recent couple of years, we have trained more than 600 professionals who are certified to perform reliable energy auditor or MMV auditor for the industry. As the demand of the energy conservation and reducing the carbon emission keep growing and also have some of the impact in Taiwan, We will work hard with the government and the Federal Taiwan Energy Service Association and our talent members to fulfill energy policy by promoting the Esco industry. So in the conclusion of today's speak, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak here and share my thoughts with you. I will be here to watching the webinar, learning some valuable information from all other participants, and I hope you will do the same. Finally, I would like to deliver my best wish to everyone and hope you can enjoy today's webinar, and also hope today's meeting can be very successful and every participant have a nice and keep health during the COVID-19. Thank you for everyone.
非常谢谢杨理事长 ，Thank you, Dr. Yang。刚才杨理事长有稍微跟大家打了个招呼，也欢迎大家来参与这一次的 webinar。那当然，他有说在台湾的这个 Esco 这几年已经发展的其实是能源技术等等是发展相当的成熟了，所以在无论是培训或政府等等的合作，都是非常的顺畅。那也希望呢，在未来我们透过这个网络，即使是受到这个疫情的影响，也不会受到太多的一个影响。所以呢，透过现在网络等等的机会，尤其是像现在这种 webinar， 我们大家可以一起交流、一起合作。杨理事长也非常期待，他说他会看完整个 webinar， 也很希望可以学习到很多不同的东西。那最后呢，我们要为各位邀请致辞的贵宾是中华民国能源技术服务商业同业公会暨台湾能源技术服务产业发展协会，同时也是新北市绿色能源产业联盟的陈辉俊陈创会理事长。So now please welcome Dr. Bill Chen, the founding president of Esco, TESA, and NTPC to give us a welcome speech.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Bill Chen. Welcome everyone to our 2021 International Esco webinar. To introduce Esco industry to Taiwan, I established the Taiwan Association of Energy Service Companies, Taiwan Energy Service Association, and the New Taipei City Green Industry Association consecutively in 2005, 2008, and 2013. With the support from the government, the market value grew rapidly from 14 million US dollars in 2005 to 170 million US dollars in 2020. The number of active Esco service providers in Taiwan also grew from initially 20 to 355 regionally. The technologies applied to Esco products are also broadened from simple equipment change-outs to integrated total solution. As the ICT and the AI technology being standardized and blended into Esco industry, more new business models such as cloud energy management service are created to monitor and analyze energy usage. This advanced solution will not only realize more energy-saving opportunity, but also provide more resilient energy supplies by any anomaly detection. It is proven that a typical Esco project can easily save up to 40% of electric usage. As a founder of 3 major Esco associations in Taiwan, I'm glad to see the progress of Esco industry in Taiwan. I'm honored to be here, seeing a lot of old friends and new friends. Best wish for productive afternoon and enjoy the wind dinner. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Bill Chen， 也谢谢陈崇慧理事长。欢迎大家回到我们的2021国际 Esco 产业线上交流研讨会的直播现场。紧接着呢，我们就要进入今天的活动议程了。现在我们要来欢迎的是第一位讲者，中华民国能源技术服务商业同业公会赵宏耀赵理事长。Welcome everyone to join the 2021 International Esco webinar. And we are now finally starting our first keynote speech of the day. So please give our warmest welcome to Mr. Hong Yao Chao, the president of Taiwan Energy Service Association. And his topic is on Esco status and outlook in Taiwan.
各位来宾、各位女士、各位先生，大家午安！欢迎大家今天来参加这个国际的 Esco 的研讨会。那首先由我这边来跟大家说明一下那个 Esco 在台湾的一些发展的状况以及未来的展望。那我是现在中华民国能源技术服务商业同业公会理事长，同时呢，我也是台湾能源技术Esco 协会的常务理事，同时在全国冷冻空调技师联合会跟台湾省技师工会也都有担任职务。那更早的时候曾经是 Asher 在台湾2014到2015年的会长。那本身我也是 CMVP 的训练的讲师。那可能在座或许有几位曾经也上过我们的课程。我跟台北科大的柯明春柯老师大概是国内唯二的2位 CMVP 讲师，也应该是在亚洲区最先开始的合格的讲师。那今天以下的简报大概分3个部分，第一个部分是会说明一下大概能源服务这个产业的一些背景发生的一些情况。那再来会谈一下大概在2020年，就是去年做的一些 Esco 产业调查的一些结果，一些跟大家分享。那第3部分是针对这个调查所发现的一些状况以及对未来的一些发展的一些展望，跟大家做一个分享。那首先呢，可能有些人会知道，就是说在能源服务的部分，其实最早是大概在1980年，就是台湾大概民国70几年的时候，2次能源危机在经济部能源委员会的下面，那时候开始发展的那个能源服务团，那时候就做了很多的相关能源服务的事情，提供国内的这些厂商免费的能源诊断跟辅导，那点出来大家可以做能源效率改善或者可以做节能的一些地方。那这一阵子呢，能源局大概做最多的应该就是根据能源管理法尤其是针对能源大用户，它必须要设立能源管理组织、能源查核组织，那要每一年要定期要送能源查核报表给能源局。那因为针对能源用户的管理，大概政府这边应该可以掌握到60%、70%以上的能源消费的状况，所以对国内的能源消费就会有一定程度的掌握。那台湾从大概1997年，也就是京都议定书在谈的那一年开始，就开始在研究国外的 Esco 这个产业的商业模式，想要看看用什么方式可以试着导入国内来作为发展。那这个计划当然也是由经济部能源局来做支持。当年在看这些事情的时候，其实主要参考不外乎是美国跟我们邻近的日本这2个国家。那稍晚今天日本也有讲者，也会针对这个部分跟大家分享一下日本最近的情况。那经过一段时间的研究之后呢，在2005年，就民国94年，就先成立了 Esco 的协会。那协会其实的成立目的还是大家只是在凝聚一个共识看看这个 Esco 这个行业应该要怎么做。所以它的组成大部分都是以个人会员为主，当然早期还有一些团体会员那现在的话，应该主要都是以个人会员为主。那参与的人大概是学校的教授啦、研究单位啦，或者是第三方的一些 非营利的组织为主。那他希望他应该是成为一个国内 Esco 产业发展的一个平台，那彼此可以分享一些 Esco 的一些经验啊，作为大家，而且看看是不是有可能找到一些合作的方案。那在这个下一个年度，就是民国95年2006年的时候，能源局就推动成立了Esco 的推动办公室。那这个办公室当然有几个重要的目的啊，其中最重要的一个就是说去推动了这个 Esco 的补助啊，这个也是目前国内大概以 Esco 行业来讲，大概最重要的补助的来源。那除此之外呢，推动办公室也想办法要去收集国外的一些资讯，建立国外的连结甚至引进国外的一些技术做一些政策的研拟跟政策的制定给经济部做参考。那当然第二个就是因为有补助款，所以对补助款的那个核定那个推动就要花很多的功夫去做管理。那其他就透过办一些教育训练讲习或者是一些现场的示范观摩等等。那 Esco 工会这边呢，就是说中华民国能源商业技术服务同业工会这个部分，大概在2008年、97年，就是比 Esco 协会晚了3年才成立。那 Esco 工会其实就是个商业团体，那基本上所有的会员都是以公司行号为主。那简单讲，就是一个要想办法协助大家从事 Esco 行业，再从 Esco 行业里面去经营事业。那这个工会这边呢，到截至到目前为止，大概有注册登记的会员就有超过大概360位左右。那这是前面大概是简单的一个背景。那现在就跟大家大概报告一下这个我们国内在去年做的一个产值的调查。那事实上这个资料的调查已经做了很久了。那大概从94年开始，我们国内先做一个初步的调查，一直到协会成立后，陆陆续续一直开始做。那你可以看得到，基本上在营业额上这边都是成长。那这个部分呢，这个产业大概我们现在把它区分成4个部分。第一个部分是所谓的 ESPC， 就是纯粹的是能源绩效保证合约或者是利益分享的合约这样子的案子，是蓝色的部分。那橘红色部分是所有有关能源效率改善的计划或者是工程或者是专案都算。那灰色的部分大概是比较偏向在属于资源性的工作，譬如说前期的一些能源诊断专案管理 PCM 的工作或者是一些规划设计，甚至有一些后来的一些量测验证的工作等等。那最后一部分黄色部分是单纯的是一些高效能设备的销售，包括譬如说高效能的冰水机、空压机等等这样的销售。所以你可以看到这个趋势是一个往上成长的趋势，大概有2个年度是下降，大概在2009年、98年在金融风暴的时候，以及在去年就是疫情的关系，这个大概目前预估大概会减少大概1.4%。那不可讳言嘛，前几年的发展就是比较快，就是那个成长率都很快。到98年掉下来之后，在2010就是99年、100年这几年其实这几年会有比较大幅度的增加。其实有一部分的原因应该是归咎于这个补助款的金额的增加，所以那边有比较幅度的增加。所以在后面的话，市场就有可能渐趋于稳定所以从2014年开始，从103年开始，大概增加的幅度都落在大概6到7% 左右。所以基本上是一路成长。那这个趋势从目前会员调查的心态来看，大多数人还是期待它会持续成长。那原因不外乎有几个原因，就是最重要的原因可能是最近讲的比较热门的有关西边，就是欧盟碳边境关税的这个议题。那另外一方面因为可能也是台湾的油电价格毕竟是偏低，那长期来看不可能是这么低，所以未来油电价格的上涨可能也会直接间接带动整个产业的营业额往上走。那以 Esco 的经营的形态来讲大概有分成3大类。这些公司呢，如果我们讲单纯只做 Esco 的公司，其实只有占16.5%。什么叫做单纯呢？因为它就是 它大部分的业务就是做节能绩效保证工程，或者是能源效率的改善工程，这是大概16.5%。那第二多的部分，大概就是属于能源效率设备的销售，占了大概1/3的公司是做这个部分。那其他最大部分有一半以上都是做能源效率相关的公司，它就是可能除了能源改善工程以外，设备销售以外，其他周边的东西大概是这样。所以实务上来讲，单纯只做 Esco 的公司，其实占比不到2成。那这个也可以从这边大概也可以想象的出来，就是说，你公司如果单纯只靠节能绩效保证或者说利益分享，像这样子的业务形态来生存，应该是非常非常少。所以大多数公司做节能可能是一部分的业务形态之一而已。接下来我们看一下 Esco 的商业的模式的类型啊，我们下面大概把它分成几个类型，就是所谓 Share Saving， 就是利益分享型，跟 Guarantee Energy Saving， 就是就是节能效益保证型。那另外一种就是能源效率改善工程呢，但是它带有至少一次的量测验证这样子的类型是灰色部分。那第4种在黄色部分是刚刚讲的，就是设备租赁，可能是节能效率的节能设备的一些租赁。那浅蓝色的部分大概是单纯的设备销售，就是销售可以一次买断，那租赁可能会跨好几个年度。那最后一部分就是刚刚讲的周边的资源性的工作。所以你从2016年，就是从105年一直到去年109年的趋势变化来看变动最大的就是灰色的这个区块，大概都从后面大概2成多到后面几年增加到40%。那因为那其他的部分呢，像蓝色的这个浅蓝色这个能源效益保证型，这个基本上没有太大变动，但是绿色的部分利益分享型就变少。那从这边可以看得到，因为利益分享型，它一般来讲它是跨年度的，它需要做一定的时间的那个量测验证，去确保节能的效果，而且这个是融资方就是由 Esco 来出钱，那甲方本身它不用再出费用，所以多数的开始的公司都会希望用这个开始，因为甲方会希望这样的，但是这个东西做多的时候，对 Esco 公司的财务调度会有很大的困扰。那因此呢，后面这几年你可以看到灰色的这个，虽然是能源效率工程，但是它只有一次量测验证。那这样子的工作，大多数都也是在一年或者2、3年之内就把那个款项付完。对 Esco 产业来讲，它是比较适合这样子做，它比较不用太多的资金的调度。其他部分的比例变动就不大，主要是这2个。所以可能这个也是间接的看到说，就是说你越长的 Esco 的合约的时候，彼此的风险会增加，不光是资金的成本会增加，而是有相对的成本的增加。所以这是一个比较大的一个变化。那设备的租赁其实也一直在减少，可能也是跟那个要分期的方式去支付。那另外一个部分或许跟租赁公司的业务形态的转变，所以相关的节能设备的租赁就相对在逐年的递减。那接下来看呢，我们在 Esco 商业的操作呢，目前的状态是这样子。从公司的形态，这个是资本额，大概从100万资本额来看，平均都在2亿5千万上下，2亿8或甚至3千。可是呢，事实上在 Esco 公司这个调查范围，我们这个调查其实是一个不完整的调查，因为其实主要调查对象就只限于我们 Esco 工会的会员，所以它并不是国内的所有的 Esco 的相关的公司都会在我们的会员里面。那所以你可以看到这个平均大概在2亿7千万左右，但是呢，中位数只有大概6500万，所以大小规模会差非常非常的大，所以这个在调查上也会有一个。可是呢，你可以看到，在这个 Esco 行业里面，持续存在公司都在5年甚至6年左右，所以大家在这个行业都已经持续很长的一段时间。那营业额在过去2017、18、19这3个年度来看，这个是当年度调查的时候的营业额，这是未来预期未来会增的营业额，大多数都是看好，大概只有在2020年这次的调查里面会比较大家对年度的营业额的成长就抱持比较保守的态度。那再来你可以看到能源效率的一个 销售额啊，就这个在公司的营业额占比，因为刚前面讲，很多公司它并不是100%都靠能源效率的工作来维持公司运作，它还有夹杂着其他的业务。所以在这个情况下呢，你可以看到以2020年来讲，平均大概20%左右，其他年度也差不多从16% 到20% 左右，所以其实都不是占比100%。那你如果从2020年这个中位数来看，大概只有5%。中位数就是说，有一半的公司从小排到大，有一半的公司大概只有5%，所以比例还是小的。那但是以获利来讲，大概维持在8.3%。那可是它跟过去的3个年度比，还是变得比较少，所以这个当然也变成一个竞争。那甚至有些公司会有到某些计划的营业会亏损，所以就表示越来越竞争，可能是越来越白热化。那以公司的各个技术类型来看，从公司来看，大概有60%的公司都是以空调改善为主，大概有将近50%以EMS 能源管理系统为主，其次就是照明热泵系统、电力系统的改善。那种以公司的专案的数量来看，最大的还是空调系统，其次是能源管理系统，那再来是照明的系统跟热泵热水系统。那这个当一方面是跟台湾在冷冻空调的使用，可能在大多数的行业是相当大的一个比例，所以节能的机会似乎也会最大。那能源管理系统的话，应该是跟这几年的一些政策的推动，或者是大家为了做节能，总是要先把一些背景资料先弄清楚，所以在能源监控管理系统部分也会投资比较多。那照明主要都会落在 LED 的改善的部分，还有热泵系统的改善，热泵热水系统的改善。那如果以服务的客户，就是说你的能源用户的类型来看你可以看到最大的部分就是学校。各式各样的学校都是从高中、大专院校甚至到大学。那公部门大概占比是第2大。那第3大部分在商办大楼，占10%。医院那有一些社区，譬如说社区或者是那个比较大型的一些国家社区。可是你可以看到，从这边开始上这一部分，这右边一半部这70%将近70%的比例，客户都在商业用户，就是在商业用户。为什么呢？其实因为他们的设备可能相对简单也单纯。那反过来看左手边制造业不可讳言，电机电子业还是占最大宗。这个是因为目前这几年的成长都落在这个行业。传统产业在钢铁、水泥、造纸或者其他石化占比都很小，所以这个30%。换句话说呢，这30%针对欧盟的碳边境关系，这个还有很大的改善的空间。但是呢，不可讳言，它的挑战也比较大，因为制程的改善毕竟是一个比较难切入的一个角度。那以能源效率的计划整个来看我们以公司来看他们现在持续在执行的 Esco 的 project， 大概8件，平均大概在8件到9件左右，但是中位数比较偏低，中位数比较少，所以有些公司是做的比较长远的。那曾经累积过的案例，在2020年大概有到30几件，那这个为什么数字会变少？可能有一部分原因是可能有些的人的累积案子多了之后，他甚至可能就退出了就是新公司新公司加进来之后，把这个数字给拉下来。那另外的话，它的平均的节能的金额在300万左右，那它的那个预期的那个平均的合约期限大概4年。那这个也有发现，这个太长的，超过5年以上的，可能大家 Esco 公司也能够要做的意愿也不高。回收期也大概3年半到4年左右。那平均的节能的案子的金额，平均金额大概在500万左右。那在节能率呢还好，节能率大概目前来看这几年趋势维持在30%以上，所以这个也许也是显示说，现在大家节能的技术已经相对成熟，所以执行的结果会相对于稳定。那至于这个期限是大家都不太敢再把它再更拉长，那这个也许是后来在政策上要想办法看看是不是可以再突破，把一些回收期比较长的案子慢慢透过 Esco 的方式可以来做推动。那刚刚前面有提到，就是说有关于融资，大家的比较倾向就是自己 就是尽量要把这个合约期间可以缩短一点。现在来看一下，如果它有融资的话，融资的金额你可以看到蓝色这一块是最大的一部分，这个都是用 Esco 用自有资金来做的融资。那这几年下来，其实幅度变化并没有很大。橘色的部分是可能跟银行业或者是跟租赁公司合作，用专案融资的方式去执行。灰色的部分的话，可能是公司用它自己本身的信用贷款，就用信用贷款。所以你去发现，好像真正专案融资以 Esco 来讲，我们希望它用一些 project finance 的方式去做的这些节能绩效保证合约，好像变得比较少。那或许这也跟这几年中间呢，因为低利贷款因为 QE 泛滥的关系，让这个相对利息很便宜，可能 Esco 公司它可以自己想办法找到资金的来源，就不一定要跟金融公司去做合作。那以上的这个调查，从2020年的调查，大概我们简单可以看得到，一开始就前面就先讲，我们大概预期2020年大概会大概有1.4% 的下降那因为今年还在统计，也还在做，所以这个还没有出来。那目前看起来2021年目前初步的理解，2021年可能会比2020年还会再下降。那这个都是因为现在疫情的关系。但是这个算是一个突发事件那大多数的 Esco 其实还是乐观的，就是认为以最后这个 Esco 的整个营业的金额应该还是会往上走，因为刚刚前面讲过，可能因为最近大概马上就是这个减碳的议题，马上就会发生，而且减碳节能，透过节能或者能源效率提高，间接可以达到减碳的效果，大家对这件事情是应该有一定的期待。那以目前为止商业部门的服务还是占最大宗。那这个部分这个还需要再赶快可能要做一些调整，因为台湾毕竟制造业是大宗，那商业的一些节能改善手法到了制造业可能还在做一些进化跟调整。那节能比率呢，目前来讲因为都很稳定的保持在30%以上，因为技术上已经相对是非常成熟，在商业部门的部分。那很多人也认为说专业的证照认证譬如说像 CMVP 应该是很重要，在 Esco 产业很重要，对人力水准跟整个行业的素质的拉高是有一定的帮助。那 Esco 似乎比较倾向用自有的资金去做整个专案的资金的调度跟经营。那这个部分可能看看过几年会不会有改变，因为这个都是因为这几年 QE 泛滥的结果。那还有一个是新的 Esco 公司一直在进来这个领域，所以它这个 Esco 的行业新公司会一直进来，所以刚刚前面看到就是拉低了整个公司的这个平均的在这个行业的一个时间。那所以这个应该可以看得到。那至于未来呢，希望可以看到就是说透过持续的改善的能源效率可能比以前会更重要。因为就像阿姨也提到，在2030年之前，在这些目前所看的这些新的技术风电太阳光电甚至氢能源、燃料电池、电动车这些技术在真正成熟之前呢，可能还是要靠能源效率的改善来减缓那个碳排放的一些压力。那另外来讲，因为欧盟的西边的这个因为碳供应链的这些要求有关产品碳足迹的要求，可能也会成为台湾国内的产业在对外输出的时候一个很大的压力。所以将来怎么样透过 Esco 用 Esco 的方式去协助国内的制造业减碳，应该未来可以期待它的发展。那刚刚前面也大概已经简单提到，就是说有关能源成本的部分，在可见的未来应该还是会增加，只是增加的速度会多快用什么方式来呈现，是碳税还是碳费这个当然要看看未来的改变。那再来呢 ，Esco 其实应该对 Esco 行业来讲，要发展其他不同的商业的模式。譬如说，可能要去开发在制造业这个是最需要的，可能在制造业里面要去开发新的一些节能改善的一些工具。那甚至呢，是不是要尝试着去转变成为一个 Super Esco 的形态？就是我们后面会再提到，怎么样去提供更多元的、更完整的能源效率改善方案给我们的客户。 那甚至应该要去应用能源管理系统结合未来的 IoT 或者是ICT AI 的技术等等去结合它去做有效的管理。那最后呢，人力素质的强化也会是将来 Esco 行业会重要的。那虽然新的公司一直进来，那也需要培养新的人力，不管是第一线的人力、量测验证的人力，或者是能源诊断、现场能源管理服务等等，这样的人力都需要透过一系列的培养去做辅导。那这张图简单可以看一下传统上我们把这些现场的这些资料收集包括这个从空调啦、空压啦、电力系统啦，包括的那个热水系统等等这些资料的经验，现在透过云端的资料，甚至那个有关 IoT 的部分，这个现在资料都直接可以上云端。上云端完了之后，这样子的资料呢，它必须要有一些客制化的分析，因为毕竟不同的行业，这些数字你一定要经过一定的筛选、整理、分析，将这些 data 经过你的分析变成可以用的 information 完了之后，你才能够根据这些 information 去采取你的行动方案。那这个东西，当未来这些行动方案，如果这样的资料分析如果够成熟，后面也许会有一个 AI 系统来做整个资料的分析，甚至可以自动的做一些因应。那其实比较具体的讲，很多的节约能源的都是来自于人为上的疏失或者管理上的疏失所导致，所以能够透过一些工具的发展能够协助节约能源更能够确实能够做得到。那所以这个会有新的科技技术也会需要我们来做导入。其他呢，就是刚刚就提到的 Super Esco。Super Esco 呢，传统上的我们现在国内的 Esco 公司可能有些规模比较小，提供的都是单一的解决方案，它并不是一个完整的方案可以给他，所以可能做空调改善或者是做电力改善、做照明改善都是个别的公司存在。那当这样子提供客户的服务就不完整。那未来期待可能会有一个整合型的，就是 Super Esco 的逻辑可以出现，它可以提供比较完整、全面性的客户的概念，甚至呢未来透过一些量测验证 MV 2.0 的方式，用大数据的方式去帮你所有的资料收集回来，分析完了之后去看还可以做什么样的改善、运转策略的改变，或者一些预防保养的预告，让你知道避免一些能源改善。避免一些能源上面的一些浪费。好，那以上就是今天简单的说明待会今天下午可能还会有一个最后有一个综合的讨论，到时候我们一起来看看有什么问题，来跟大家做分享与讨论。谢谢。
And we'd like to thank Mr. Chow, the president from Taiwan Energy Service Association, for giving us a brief introduction of Esco's status and outlook in Taiwan. And we look forward to meeting him online later during our panel discussion. 我们要非常谢谢赵理事长给我们的这一趴演讲。紧接着呢，我们要进行今天第二个研讨议题，将会分成两段。首先，我们邀请到的是日本 Esco 推进协议会国际委员会主任委员前川哲也 Mr. Tetsuya Maekawa。和我们要来分享 Escos in Japan. So please now allow me to introduce Mr. Maekawa, and the topic is on Escos in Japan.
Good afternoon from Tokyo. I would like to make a presentation about the situation in Japan, and maybe Asbil will explain you about the cutting edge technologies. So first of all, please give us page 2. This is the original output of the IEA, International Energy Agency, and they have collected how much of market does exist in the world. And maybe you can see there is a very big portion of China and the United States and Europe. And unfortunately, Japan is very small. Japan is one of the others, and the total turnover is very small in Japan. And there are many reasons why Japan is so small, but I will explain you about this later. And next page, please. This shows the content of the breakout of the Japanese Esco market. First of all, the most of the Japanese Esco is composed of commercial buildings and industrial site. And the major part composed of ESP. ESP is defined as this energy service provider. That is, in a sense, shared saving and energy sales, which means energy service company sells energy service plus kilowatt hour or normal level of gas consumption. So this kind of service is very big in Japan, as well as in building sector and in the industrial sectors. But we have to note that this is the data collected by JAESCO since 1998. But nowadays, non-member companies of JAESCO provide ESCO service, which has not been taken into account in these figures. So at the moment, Japanese ESCO market is about 49 billion yen, but maybe there are some additional market in Japan. Next slide, please. This is trend of Japanese ESCO market. Maybe you can see this is a very fluctuating graph or figures. Yes, and there is many reasons. For example, if there is a risk of shortage of electricity, the installation of cogeneration or small generation will be very popular in these years. And in some cases, about the commercial sectors who want to who want to install additional capacity of cooling or heating, they will invite ESCOs. So these figures just represent the trend, which shows that Japanese ESCO market is not growing. It is a kind of stable market. Next, please. This shows the history of ESCO as a national energy policy in Japan. ESCO was introduced in Japan from the United States in the year of 1996. And just after 2 years, first ESCO company was established, and the JAESCO, Japan's association, was established in 1999. These years is a kind of the booming years of ESCOs, and for example, METI introduced subsidy only for ESCOs, but disappeared just after a few years. Then afterwards, 3 ministries supported ESCOs. For example, Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Economy and Trade and Industry and Ministry of Land and Infrastructure and Transportation. But as a reality, these support from the government does not affect so much. I will explain in the next page. Ministries concerning ESCOs has 3, as I explained. And first of all, there is an energy efficiency law in Japan, and there is a kind of the obligation of effort for large energy consuming facilities to study procuring ESCO service. But it is a kind of the duty of effort, not the duty itself. So it has very little influence on the private sectors. And as for the public sector, Ministry of Environment installed procurement law for the governmental procurement. but unfortunately, there are no actual application in the governmental buildings for 13 years after this law was executed. Of course, local government introduced a very huge amount of ESCOs, but unfortunately, central government does not or has not been procuring ESCO service. And the Ministry of Land or Infrastructure installed an ESCO guidelines, but in many cases, this has not been adopted because there are no application of ESCOs. So our association is now trying to promote ESCO again in this context. First of all, we should not stick to the original definition of ESCOs. For example, there are 4 characteristics of ESCO service. One is performance is guaranteed, penalty and/or bonus. And second one is payment shall be regularized, no initial investment. And number 3 is ESCO owns the installed equipment, that is also called third-party finance or off-balance. And number 4 is pay from the savings. These are typical characteristics of ESCO service. And historically, we say to the customers, number 4, pay from the savings too much. So in order to survive, Japanese ESCOs are flexible in providing services to their clients. They do not stick to the strict definition of the service, mainly this shared saving or pay from the savings. For example, next slide, please. This is the original concept of ESCOs. We reduce the energy cost, and we also guarantee the performance, and the customer will pay from the deducted energy cost as a service fee. But we say this is only one type of ESCO. We say to the client, the ESCO's advantage is not only pay from the contract, pay from the savings, but also the energy leveling, payment leveling, or performance contracting. So, as I mentioned in the previous slides, there are 4 types of characteristics of ESCO service, and most important one is in this zero carbon world. It is very important to guarantee the performance of energy savings. That is our strategy to survive as a new organization or a new type of organization in the new world. And finally, I will explain you about our organization itself. We have established, as I mentioned, in 1999, and we are now have 76 members. And we have our activities include policy and marketing and the information exchange and international cooperation. And we are now encouraging our members again that performance contracting is very important in the era of the non-carbon society. Thank you very much. I will finish my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Maekawa, for sharing with us ESCO in Japan. 接下来呢，我们邀请到的是来自日本阿兹贝尔株式会社国际规划部主持人物种美纯。Our next speaker is also from Japan. Her name is Ms. Totsuka, and she will be sharing with us the cutting-edge energy management in Japan.
Hello everyone. My name is Totsuka from Esco Corporation. Today, as part 2 of Japanese ESCOs and their technologies, I would like to explain about cutting-edge energy management technology in Japan. Before getting into the specific explanation, I would like to briefly introduce our company, Asbio Corporation. Asbio Corporation is a Japanese automation manufacturer with a history of more than 100 years, and we are developing, manufacturing, and providing our product and maintenance services related to automatic control in factory and buildings. In addition, Asbio is one of the leading Esco company in Japan that provide energy-saving solutions by utilizing the measurement and control technology cultivated over a decade in the field of automatic control. We also have Asbio Taiwan here, and we provide various Japanese technology through automatic control equipment and systems. In Taiwan, we are working with energy-related organizations such as TESA, so I think some of you may know us. Today, as a representative of Japanese Esco company, I would like to explain state-of-the-art technology of energy management in Japan. Asbio has been tackling environment and energy issues in society. In buildings, conserve energy by optimum control of air conditioning, improvement and renovation of facility according to the scale and use of buildings. In production sites, reduce electricity consumption and energy waste of production facility by means of automation. In town, contribute to the realizations of sustainable society by supporting stable supply of lifeline such as water and gas. In this presentation, I will explain the mechanism to realize fully automatic demand suppression that minimizes the impact on residents and building facility based on the consumer side mechanism, BEMS, and remote monitoring and control mechanism, BOSS24, that Asbio has proposed to the Japanese market as an environmental contribution. Here is today's content. Social background, domestic electricity situation in Japan, virtual power plant, VPP, demand response, DR, Asbio's effort toward environmental energy issue, fully automated demand control mechanism, OTR, OTR technology, BEMS, BOSS24, achievement. On March 11th, Japan's electricity situation changed drastically. Since 2000, electricity system reform has been implemented. It has been further accelerated due to the Great East Japan earthquake that occurred on March 11, 2011. Demand response is getting attention as one of the technology of VPP, that is virtual power plant, which is new energy supply concept. VPP is a concept that active power control on a consumer side is equivalent to the expansions of power supply facilities. In other words, to suppress the electricity on the consumer side by managing the renewable energy resources in the power grid, and suppress the demand on the consumer side is equivalent to expand power supply facility. To realize the virtual power plant concept, there are three key technologies. First, distributed energy resources, DER, and their control technology. Second, IoT technology. Third, demand response technology. First, about distributed energy resources, DER, and their control technology. In recent years, distributed energy resources, DER, are spreading rapidly. VPP is a mechanism that allows them to behave like a power plant by integrated control. Second, IoT technology. By the improvement of IoT, we could manage all the resources, including demand side, and it could be possible to optimize the supply and demand balance. Third, demand response technology utilizing IoT. Demand response, which optimally controls the demand on the consumer side, is equivalent to power generation by renewable energy in the grid, and power leveling by storage and discharge control using power storage equipment. This is important technology of VPP. In terms of demand response, which stands for DR, I'll explain a little bit more detail. Demand response DR is one of the measures to cope with the urgency in supply and demand of electric power from demand side instead of supply side. In detail, demand response has such as demand suppression and leveling by control of facility equipment, the distributed generators, and the batteries. This solution is expected to be very important technology when renewable energy resources, for example, solar power, which is unstable supply, is introduced and has a big share in a grid. This figure shows the general flow of demand response. When power supplier requests load shedding to the aggregator, aggregator also requests that to each customer. An operator on each customer side manually implement DR. Now, I will explain about ODR, which is Esco's demand response. ODR is unique technology that combines BEMS, which is an energy management system for building, and BOSS24, which is a remote management service. This is a diagram that briefly explains the ODR system by comparing it with the general demand response. The upper row is the ODR system, and the lower row is the general demand response system. In general demand response, the consumer-side operators manually implement DR based on the demand suppression request from the aggregator. Usually, operators make a judgment based on limited building information, and they consider the impact on the important equipment and the comfort of residents, so it is very difficult to take detailed demand response. On the other hand, in as-built ODR system, the aggregation server issues a DR control command to the BEMS of each building in response to a demand suppression request from the power supply company, and implement demand response control automatically. BEMS appropriately control the building based on the living environment and equipment operation status of the entire building. It is possible to carry out detailed demand response without affecting the building environment and operation. In order to realize this ODR system, one of the key technology is aggregation as cloud service. This technology manages and controls the portfolio of all buildings load automatically by responding to the request of the grid. In other words, it can integrate all the BEMS at the customer sites. For example, if we receive request of 5,000 kilowatts reduction from the grid, our aggregation center automatically selects appropriate customers and control the resources such as load shedding, load shifting, and distributed generation. And it takes less than 5 minutes to activate the ODR. Furthermore, by linking with BEMS of each building, the operation status of building in the grid can be aggregated, and optimal demand response control can be executed for the entire grid. BEMS manages many control points of facility equipment, such as on-off, setting of temperature, flow, pressure, and so on. Once you set a target, our system automatically controls the equipment. This is one of the monitoring charts. Power reduction has not been so much during peak time, but power reduction has been achieved during off-peak time. In this way, the OTR system can be constantly monitoring the operation status and power usage status of the equipment and perform real-time demand response control. On the screen, such like this, you can compare the baseline and actual power usage as a result of demand response control. By integrating those three technologies, we developed fully automated demand response system, which control demand with keeping comfort and optimum operation of facility. We have more than 30,000 installed bases of BEMS, and if all BEMS systems are integrated, it could be huge potential of demand response. As I mentioned earlier, ASBIL is a manufacturing company of building automation system. In addition, ASBIL is a leading company of BEMS. This view shows an image of the key technology, Building Energy Management System, BEMS, which manage all the facility equipment in the building. ASBIL support customers realize building operation, energy conservation, and cost saving by providing BEMS-related equipment and system, such as various sensors for monitoring building environment, like temperature, humidity, and controller, actuators, central monitoring system, and energy conservation application. This view shows an image of the key technology, remote building management through communication network. We have more than 30 years experience and manage more than 550 buildings. This technology contributes to aggregate and manage many buildings at the same time. Currently, we provide these technology as automated demand response service. In near future, by enhancing IoT, big data analysis, and AI on the cloud side, we will be able to automate for building operation and energy saving in wider area or category. We believe this solution will play important role in coming smart society. This is a trend regarding VPP and DR in Japan. In Japan, with the aim of introducing VPP and DR from 2012, the Japanese government, major electric power companies, manufacturers, and other companies have collaborated to start survey and are working for creating mechanism and disseminating through demonstration project. Japanese government is promoting subsidy project for the purpose of popularizing VPP and DR. Thank you.
And we'd like to thank Ms. Totsuka for her presentation and welcome everyone back to our webinar. 欢迎大家回到我们2021国际 Esco 产业线上交流研讨会的现场。那接下来有第3位讲者是来自菲律宾能源效率连线理事长 Mr. Alexander Ablaza. Welcome everyone back to the 2021 International Esco webinar. Our next speaker is Mr. Ablaza from the Philippines, and his topic is removing Esco market barriers across Southeast Asia to help bridge a $892 billion energy efficiency capital gap.
Good afternoon. I thank the Taiwan Green Productivity Foundation for inviting me to share with you how we should bridge Southeast Asia's close to $1 trillion in energy efficiency capital gap through 2040. And we could do this effectively if, as a region and as local economies, we remove ESCO market barriers. I wear the hats of Asia Pacific ESCO Industry Alliance, as well as the Global ESCO Network. Next slide. In the Asia-Pacific ESCO Industry Alliance, we have established over 3 years ago that 60% of the global ESCO market is in Asia. And I think this percentage is growing. I have a feeling that out of the $33 billion market that it is today globally, maybe 2/3 or close to 66% actually sits in Asia. Next slide. The Asia-Pacific ESCO Industry Alliance now embraces 10 country ESCO associations, and we have been meeting from June 2018 to April this year. And we now embrace the ESCO associations of China, India, Indonesia, Japan, Korea, Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, Taiwan, Thailand, and Taiwan. And it's all about creating a regional platform to exchange knowledge, to build ESCO sector capacities, technical and financial, to enable cross-border transactions, to ease technology deployment and investments. So this platform will strengthen and flow capacities, if not capital, from the more mature ESCO markets to the more nascent ESCO markets. Next slide. I also wear the hat of being one of the founding advisory board members of the Global ESCO Network. And the Global ESCO Network, I bring Asia-Pacific region there. There are representatives from the North American markets, from UK, from EU, and we're now embracing Latin America and Africa. And it's all about mainstreaming. It's all about growing ESCO and making them work and knocking down regulatory, market, and policy barriers existing in different developed and emerging markets. And one of the first mission is actually to find countries that would mainstream energy efficiency in its national determined contributions under the Paris climate obligations. We have our headquarters and secretariat anchored in the Copenhagen Center for Energy Efficiency in Denmark, as well as collaborating with the Efficiency Evaluation Organization, or EVO. Next slide. A previous study of mine shows that using the projections of the International Energy Agency in using their two scenarios. One is called the stated policies scenarios called STEPS, and the other is the more ambitious scenario leading us to the 1.5 degree to 2 degree global warming limits. It's called the Sustainable Development Scenario. Under the Sustainable Development Scenario, we see that Southeast Asia will need to mobilize $380 billion in the next 10 years. And up to $900 billion in the next 20 years. So it's really about achieving scale. It's really about mobilizing and flowing capital and bridging these gaps, enabling new innovative financial mechanisms that would be able to mobilize such a huge capital requirement for energy efficiency in the region. And this does not include renewable energy like solar. This is just pure energy efficiency improvements in the energy and use sectors. Next slide. So in this pie chart, we see that about $300 billion, or a third of that capital requirement, will be able to be mobilized through what we call business as usual mechanisms. So we have the self-finance mechanism, the debt finance, and the lease finance, and other on-balance sheet modalities. If we rely on the business as usual energy efficiency capital modalities, then I think that the region will only succeed in mobilizing roughly $300 billion in the next 2 decades. What the region needs is to remove barriers and to enable innovative mechanisms, structures, and vehicles that would flow energy efficiency capital outside the balance sheet of end users And we could do this by enabling more ESCO performance contracts, more public-private partnership transactions for energy efficiency, more large-scale government-led retrofit or replacement programs, and other modalities that flow capital, that flow technologies, that flow solutions outside the balance sheet of the energy end user. So enabling the lion's share of $600 billion is an imperative if the region would want to mobilize the total $0.9 trillion in the next 2 decades. Right? But we have to knock down barriers. We have to knock down and remove policy barriers, market barriers, financing barriers that would continue to impede energy efficiency and ESCO capital flows in Southeast Asia. So running through this list of major barriers, there are other minor barriers, but these are the major market barriers impeding the growth of energy efficiency capital growth in the region. One is that micro, small, and medium enterprises and ESCOs have limited access to debt finance. I would, in my studies across Asia, not just Southeast Asia, across Asia, up to 98% of ESCOs in developing Asia do not have suitable access to debt finance. They may be able to borrow, but they would have their credit limits maxed out, their credit lines maxed out, let's say after 3 or 4 projects, and would have to wait for their 10-year money to flow back to their treasury. Second is that energy efficiency consumption thresholds for energy efficiency obligations are too high in many pieces of energy efficiency legislation. In Singapore, for example, it's 54 terajoules a year. And those are very huge. These are the scales of petrochemical refineries, for example, to be consuming 54 terajoules a year. Indonesia, although there's a movement right now from the energy ministry to recommend to the president of reducing it by a third, but the law still says that 6,000 tons of oil equivalent should be the minimum consumption threshold before they start to get obligations under the law. So this has to be lowered. It has to be more inclusive to capture the small and medium energy consumers. Largely across the region, there are delayed phase out of energy subsidies. Most of Southeast Asian markets, in fact, up to 8 markets are still in the process of phasing out subsidies in electricity tariffs, subsidies in other fossil fuels. There are only 2 markets that have succeeded to remove the vast majority of energy subsidies, and that's Singapore and the Philippines. The rest of Southeast Asia are still in the process of pushing them out. And what it does is it affects the commercial viability of third-party investments. So by reflecting true cost of energy, you approach the 15 or higher or upper teens of after-tax internal rate of return for equity investments placed in projects in markets where energy subsidies have been removed. Next barrier is that ESCO project investments need access to fiscal incentives. Because of this viability gap, they need viability gap funding. They need tax breaks. They need income tax holidays. They need to be able to accelerate depreciation in their books. They need extended net operating loss carryover. And other tax incentives to improve the commercial viability of long-term investments. Keep in mind that ESCO contracts are decade-long, if not longer. And to de-risk the long-term and to be able to, for these ESCOs and other entities to source long-term capital, they need to de-risk it with fiscal incentives from government. Next, the ESCO markets have no equity and guarantee providers. So, there's hardly any entity in Southeast Asia offering energy savings insurance or having a guarantee fund that will put money not only against customer credit risk, but also energy savings performance. There are no equity aggregators. There are no equity vehicles. There are no super ESCOs effectively pushing equity capital through ESCOs. Next, there are many markets where ESCO accreditation systems will need to be strengthened. We have to create this discipline of ESCOs that are able to achieve, those with track record, those with in-house capacities, technical capacities, and those with experience in arranging and guaranteeing the financial and energy performance of their projects. Next, there is a lot to do in building ESCO sector capacities. There are many markets without industry or government standard performance contracting templates. There are many ESCO markets in Southeast Asia with a clear shortage of certified energy managers, certified energy auditors, certified measurement and verification professionals. So there's a clear shortage of people who know how to do, let's say, level 3 and investment grade audits, who know how to design and negotiate measurement and verification plans, who know how to negotiate energy savings performance contracts or energy service performance contracts with host entities. And lastly, there are still some governments in Southeast Asia whose procurement and budgeting rules are not compatible with ESCO performance contracting. There are some governments that say that, oh, ESCO performance contract is a hybrid because it's neither pure goods nor pure services. And therefore, ESCO contracts, ESCO services cannot be procured under government rules. There are also some governments that impose multi-year contracting limits. Like, yeah, you can enter into multi-year contract, but only within the elective or political cycle of the current administration. So you cannot get a 10-year contract because it's limited by the multi-year contracting limits of certain government. And budgeting as well. There are some budgeting rules of government that say that you cannot use energy savings to pay an ESCO, or you cannot use energy savings to pay for energy efficiency improvements, because budgeting rules say that energy savings would automatically have to revert to the Treasury. So again, these barriers will have to be removed, knocked down for the market to grow. Next slide. So let's run through the different modalities. First is the self-finance, and this is very, very common. It need not be, the supplier of the solution need not be a full ESCO, but it is the stepping stone for an ESCO, because even if it starts as an energy efficiency technology and solutions providers, the middle market or the large corporate, commercial and industrial entities, whether it's a building owner, a factory owner, or a fleet owner, will procure a solution, a technology, or a service on a pure purchase order. So there's nothing, energy performance is hardly made part of this type of procurement. It's simple, it's straightforward, but it's the building block for energy saving. It's the building block for energy technology solutions providers to evolve into ESCOs who can later guarantee and provide all the services from audits to engineering to procurement to installation to testing to measurement verification to operatorship and to maintenance. So this is a good stepping stone and a very good growth building block for ESCO markets. Next slide. And then we have the debt and lease finance energy efficiency projects. So let's focus on the two charts on the screen. The left-hand side is the next step as a market, as an ESCO market and the financial market grows in maturity. We have the guaranteed savings model, which many call the North American model, because this is how the US ESCO market grew, where an ESCO is involved, but the end user or the building owner is the borrower. of the energy efficiency capital from a financial institution. So the project or the energy efficiency capital is actually on the balance sheet of the end user. And this is a good growth strategy because the end user's credit worthiness is most often better than the credit worthiness of the ESCO as the ESCO market matures. So this is the next growth phase. And when the banks are starting to understand ESCO contracts more and more and are trying to design financing programs and energy efficiency lending programs that are more ESCO friendly, that allow ESCOs to borrow using adjusted security, collateral, and equity requirements. So when that time comes, you graduate to the shared savings model. That is the chart on the right-hand side of the screen. And this time, it's the ESCO that is the borrower. So the ESCO arranges finance outside the balance sheet now of the end user and flows debt capital or lease capital through its own balance sheet. So that's the difference. So again, the guaranteed savings model on the left-hand side of the screen, that is on the balance sheet of the end user. But as the ESCO and financial market matures and graduates to the shared savings model, we now have an off-balance sheet model. That means that the ESCO and the energy efficiency project capital sits outside the balance sheet of the end user. Next slide. And then this is the evolving model. This is the evolving model in certain markets like in Singapore. I see this in Philippines. We have an equivalent called Climergy, where a third-party investor or project company is the aggregator of several ESCO contracts. In this model, it flows equity capital to several ESCOs. It's able to cover wherever it can, wherever commercially viable, not only project capital, but also O&M fees through the life of the performance contract. In this model, there is no direct contract relationship anymore between the ESCO and the end user. So the end user now, after all project preparation, energy audits, and engineering, the end user now enters into an energy services agreement with the third-party investor. And there's a back-to-back energy performance contract between the third-party investor and the ESCO. So the third-party investor is the aggregator. It could be said, it's said to be like a holding company. It's even said that if it's in the private sector, it's likened to be a super ESCO. If it's in the government side, then it's a government-owned super ESCO, or it could be a fund. It could be a portfolio investor. So it can take many shapes and sizes. In India, for example, EESL is said to be the third-party investor. So we have structures like this that are fast emerging. And I am pushing this across many governments that I work across Asia. I'm pushing this concept more and more because this would accelerate the growth of both the energy efficiency and the ESCO markets, because it's flowing equity capital right now outside the balance sheet and of the ESCO and outside the balance sheet of the end user. And because it is now an aggregator of several ESCO contracts, it becomes attractive to portfolio investors from the corporate shareholder side, and also becomes attractive or creditworthy to portfolio lenders such as financial institutions. So it's now the balance sheet of the third-party investor that will draw both equity and debt capital into the portfolio of ESCO contracts. Next slide. So let's talk about removing the barriers. And I would name 8 barrier removal strategies for Southeast Asia. The first barrier that we're knocking down is the consumption thresholds. So what we have to do as a region, what we have to do is to review our energy efficiency and conservation laws. Review the laws in Singapore, in Thailand, in Indonesia, and see what consumption thresholds are being set by law. Is it too high? Is it inclusive? Does it capture more parts of the energy end-use economy? And it require now, let's say, manufacturers require now even the upper segments of the SMEs to be part of the energy end-use economy that are now carrying obligations to improve their specific energy consumption, to improve their energy efficiency as part of a national and regional program. So that's a very strong first step. Review the laws and see if the consumption thresholds are too high, and if so, recommend an amendment that would reduce. So one of the current examples is Indonesia considering reducing from 6,000 tons of oil equivalent a year, possibly to 4,000 tons of oil equivalent per year as a lowering of the reduction. In the Philippines, it was set really low, only 500,000 kilowatt hours in electricity and fuel equivalent. Per year is just the consumption threshold. And that's very, very inclusive. 500,000 kilowatt hours a year is actually just one quick service restaurant, right? So you can imagine that any business of this size and larger are now faced with obligations. So under the Philippine law, they have to have mandatory energy audits every 3 years. They have to put up an ISO 50,000 system. They have to hire either a certified energy conservation officer or certified energy manager. They have to improve and set targets for the reduction of their specific energy consumption, and the list goes on and on. So there are now obligations for lower and smaller energy end users. The next is delayed phase out of energy subsidies. So to remove that barrier, it's just to do the opposite. It's either we accelerate right now the phase out of electricity tariff subsidies or fuel, coal, and gas subsidies. If that acceleration is not feasible in the short term, another solution, and this we considered when I was working in a PPP project in Malaysia, is to mobilize viability gap funding for energy efficiency projects. So viability gap funding will, by the government or by a climate fund, will now make a private investment in an energy efficiency project or portfolio commercially viable. Otherwise, it does not meet the expected or target returns for third-party investments. Next barrier, MSMEs and Escos have limited access to debt finance. And one way of solving this is to de-risk the bank lending and design and establish risk-sharing facilities with and other guarantee mechanisms right now that would enable the bank to expand its portfolio exposure to this new asset class called energy efficiency. And so from 1%, it'll be able to go 3% to 5% of its lending portfolio, and you allow the portfolio exposure of a bank to grow in this new asset class because of this de-risking instruments. The next barrier is that Esco markets have no equity and guarantee providers. So it's not an easy solution, but what markets will have to start doing is to design and then later establish or enable equity providers, super Escos, guarantee funds, either on the public side or on the private sector side to facilitate entry of energy insurance, energy savings insurance products from other markets, and creating the aggregation, buying this in bulk, so we lower the cost of premiums. So by having these funds, by having these equity vehicles, by having guarantee facilities and energy savings insurance products, the Esco market and energy efficiency project implementation could grow much, much faster. Next slide. So the next 4 barriers, we start off with the Esco accreditation system needs to be strengthened. So there are many systems there are many markets with energy accreditation systems, but sometimes in some markets they don't even exist, right? Or in some markets they have relaxed or removed it. We need to strengthen them. We need to protect the credibility of ESCOs. We need to protect the business model of ESCO performance contracting. So by regulating, by putting a system that would register and certify, or that would perform some accreditation, in India they call it empanelment of ESCOs, then the credibility, the market would learn how to trust the ESCO model more and more. So it's either we create these accreditation systems or design and establish them in markets where they do not exist. Next is to build capacities, build especially technical capacities in ESCO sectors, and to intensify, let's say, training programs and certification of certified energy managers, certified measurement and verification professionals, and other EE professionals, right? Because the ESCO market cannot grow if the ESCO sector is limited by one resource, and that's the human resource. So a market, if an ESCO market is will have to grow astronomically, then the human resources should grow correspondingly. So it's really about training and certifying and enabling more human resources, more certified professionals that would grow with the growth of ESCO business volume. And another is to provide the tools, like develop industry performance contract templates or government standard performance contracting templates, say for shared savings, for guaranteed savings, in other chauffage contracts, other types of performance contracts. The next barrier is the ESCO project investment needs access to fiscal incentives. So like I said, viability gap funding is an incentive. But other tax breaks, income tax holidays, extended net operating loss cover, accelerated depreciation, subsidies in training, subsidies for green projects, for green job generation, and other instruments, other fiscal incentive frameworks that would only improve third-party commercial returns. So long-term equity returns will attract more long-term capital into this asset class called energy efficiency. And last, it's to knock down the barriers related to government procurement and budgeting rules. So really the intervention here is to correct government procurement rules, allowing direct procurement of ESCO services in spite of their very tight rules that only limit government procurement to pure goods and pure services. So to allow this hybrid type of contract called ESCO performance contract to be mainstream across national government agencies, across government corporations, state-owned enterprises, across state universities, college, and across, I think more importantly, the local government units, the townships, the city governments, the provincial governments, to allow ESCO procurement. The next is to enable PPP transactions. Sometimes laws are very vague, in energy efficiency is not exactly the infrastructure type of project, not like a tollway or a hospital or a water treatment plant. Energy efficiency, especially in the public sector, if aggregated into a larger project, is actually a PPP opportunity, an opportunity where private sector proponent will flow not only his know-how, but will flow private sector capital to an aggregated pool of energy efficiency projects sitting in the public sector. So to enable PPP transactions or public-private partnership transactions, let's say across many local government units, street lighting, or across many public buildings, bundling, let's say, 100 public buildings and doing cooling and lighting and similar technology retrofits in this pool of public buildings. And lastly, the joint venture. Some countries allow joint venture agreements between a state-owned enterprise or a government corporation and a private entity. So if they can do that for IT-related or management performance or business consulting-related operational efficiency contract, why can't you do it for energy performance contracting? So if a 10-year joint venture to improve cooling, lighting, and other retrofits will actually be one mechanism aside from Esco performance contract procurement and PPP. The joint venture is the third modality that would flow private capital and know-how to the state-owned enterprises through the Esco business model. So just the key messages in conclusion, and I'm in the conclusion slide. Southeast Asia will need to mobilize close to $1 trillion in the next 2 decades. But to do that, it will have to be serious in removing, knocking down market barriers, policy barriers, financing barriers, and introduce now innovative financial modalities that would flow more off-balance sheet capital, the $600 billion of off-balance sheet capital to the region. Next key lesson is that a robust energy efficiency and Esco policy and incentive framework in strengthened Esco industry can actually flow not only debt, which is not only equity, but also guarantees to propel Esco market growth. So we need a very robust Esco and energy efficiency policy framework. We need to review our policies, our incentives, our Esco procurement rules. And lastly, government. Make government the largest buyer of Esco services. Only to serve as an inspiration, we don't have to go to the extreme of the US market. But in the US market, 95 to 98% of a $7 billion or $8 billion Esco market is actually bought by government. It's either a federal contract, it's either a municipal, university, school, hospital, what we call a MUSH contract, or it's either a defense contract bought by the US military. If government were a large buyer of Esco services, then that would grow the Esco market because we have a government that shows the private sector that it trusts the Esco business model in flowing solutions, knowledge, and capital to a pool of energy efficiency projects. So just on the last slide, I share my email address there. So reach me if you have concerns about the Asia Pacific Esco Industry Alliance, as well as the global Esco network. And I would be very happy to reach out to you in case you have questions on this presentation. So many thanks again to the Taiwan Green Productivity Foundation for inviting me to share this thought on bridging energy efficiency capital gap in Southeast Asia. Thank you so much and have a pleasant afternoon.
刚才我们看到的是来自菲律宾能源效率连线理事长 Mr. Alexander Blaza 的 presentation， 他也有特别说，如果还有任何的疑问的话，他也留下了他的 email， 可以欢迎大家随时跟他联系。And we were just having this presentation from Mr. Alexander Blaza on the topic of the removing Esco market barriers across Southeast Asia to help bridge the $892 billion energy efficiency capital gap. Thank him very much. 接下来呢，会是大概5分钟的中场休息时间，请各位贵宾稍微喘一口气，休息一下。同时也要贴心的提醒大家，如果你有任何想要请教讲者的提问，现在也非常欢迎可以在留言区发问，小编群就会统一搜集起来，并且在最后 Q&A 座谈时间会邀请今天的讲者来上线，和大家一起共同讨论与解答。And now we will be taking a 5 minutes very short break. And if you have any questions, please leave us a message in the chat box. We will answer them at the end of our panel discussion. We'll be right back. 欢迎大家回到2021国际 Esco 产业线上交流研讨会的直播现场。我们紧接着就要来邀请的是今天的第4位讲者，他是来自新加坡永续能源协会能源效率委员会罗如强主任委员。他即将分享的议题是 Impact of Net Zero Target to Esco Industries。让我们欢迎 Mr. Vincent Lo 的演讲。Well, everyone, welcome back to the 2021 International Esco webinar. So please now give our full attention to Mr. Vincent Lo, Council of Sustainable Energy Association of Singapore, and his topic is on the impact of net zero target to Esco Industries.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to thanks for inviting me to this international Esco seminar. Today, I want to share with you this topic, impact of net zero target to Esco industry. The reason mainly is because we know that there is a lot of stakeholders starting targeting net zero for the industry, and how are they going to meet that target? So can we Esco able to help them to go through this journey together? Okay, let's look at what actually I have prepared for you. You can see that in this second slide, Singapore Building Energy Benchmark. This benchmark, you can actually go into the internet to get this information, and our Building Control Authority actually have prepared this report or benchmark report since 2014 until today. Basically, this purpose of this benchmarking report is to inform building owners and facilities managers on how well the building has to perform, and at the same time spur them to initiate and implement improvement in their building in the energy efficient space. So this is the report that you can actually go through. And I have extracted some important information from here, as this is the latest report. You can see that the 4 line, let's look at the orange line. Orange line referring to the office. The blue is referring to the hotels. The yellow is for retail building, and the gray is a mixed building. So these are 4 areas that we have actually shown in this slide. You can see that it started in 2008 until 2019. So basically almost 10-year cycle. You can see that there is, just look at the orange color line, you can see that there is a drop of average about 18% on energy consumption. So this is what our Esco can able to help these building owners to reduce their consumption. And bear in mind, this is only average. Okay, let's look at the graph. You can see that on the right side, I circle in red, you can see that 215, which is 219. So in 2008, you can see at the time is 261. This is only referred to building. So today, I just want to show you on building area, and you can see that how the progression. So next is, you can see that this chart, I want to show you, look at the right side, okay, the red circles. This is, we put into 4 quartile, and you can see that the bottom 10, which is greater than 270 kilowatt hour per meter square per year. This is the consumption, and I'm referring to office building, okay, large office building. So you can see that the top tier, okay, which is about 147, okay, that calculate, you can see that there is a potential saving of 45% in the total energy consumption in office building. So this is a potential, okay, but practically, but every country is a bit different. So this is the only for Singapore, and you can see that the top 10%, which is I have actually shown in the center, is 115 kilowatt hour per meter square per year. So you can imagine that is a additional target to go. Why I point out this, I will tell you the reason behind. Next slide. So in next year, or this year 2021, actually we have actually I think next month we're going to launch this Green Mark, Singapore Green Mark new energy efficiency target. So this is the latest you can see in what I'm showing you now. Next slide. Now look at the chart that I show you. You can see that the mandate requirement is that we, in terms of energy, we have to hit 40 to 50% compared to 2005 benchmark. So now, because our government is trying to encourage everybody to go to SLEB, which is called super low energy building. So in order to achieve super low energy building, you have to hit up to 60% or more than 60% of your energy consumption instead of saving compared with 2005. So, and now why we go back to net zero target is because in order to declare your building called net zero, the first thing to do is to hit SLEB. So you have to make sure that you're very efficient. Then with the additional add-on from renewable, then you can consider net zero. So this is the target. So you can imagine, so our Esco industry have to help all these building owners to reach this target. So that is where it's important for our Esco to contribute to help building owners to achieve the target. Next, the next important area is that in order to go into that area, you can see that air conditioning total system efficiency, that include your chillers, your cooling towers, your pumps, and even your AHU. You have to, for new building, you have to meet at least 0.8. Okay, this is the target that they want us to ensure that our system performance for air conditioning to reach 0.8. For existing building who want to get the awards, they have to reach 0.9 at least. So this is a target that Esco like us will help the industry to make sure the design is able to hit the performance. So they set up a pathway. So you can see that the pathway for SLEB. So you can see that SLEB means super low energy. So you can see that it has said 60%. So you can see that in office, we need to hit the EUI, that means the total energy consumption based on kilowatt hour per meter square, to hit 115, which is just now I show you the chart, the top tier, or the best is 10% top in line, which is, this is a number that we hit, you have to hit. Of course, as I said, every country a bit different. So this is for Singapore. So maybe in Taiwan, in Hong Kong, or in Malaysia, is different. So basically, this is where we have set our target here. So how to go about in terms to achieve net zero target? So the only way how we do in the industry now, building owner to meet the net zero, is basically go through a very detailed and label in terms of calculating the consumption. So they may have to know the high EUI they have, and then from then budget how what is the finance to help them to meet the target in terms of investment on technologies, and then finally they have to calculate what is the saving and how it's reduced, and finally to meet net zero by buying a renewable certificate. So this is a very thorough process. So how Esco we can help them? So we have to come up with ideas. So what we do is that we come up with a five milestone IoT enabled journey to help them to achieve this target. So anytime when the chief sustainable officers ask for data, you straight away can tell them what is the carbon emissions required and how much renewable certificate you need to buy. Now, so this is where it look at So what we do is that we go into this 5 milestones. You can see that the 5 milestones from plan for success all the way to real-time net zero carbon compliance. So this is the steps we help the developers or building owners to achieve net zero. Now, as you can see that this chart, okay, on the top you can see that in order to have a net zero carbon successfully implement in the building, first of course we need to have a champion who lead this net zero, okay, and this management team target how to achieve this. So what we do is that we come up with the IoT management system to manage this. So you can see that we will have 2 areas or 2 parties. One is the net zero project management team, which is Esco can come in to help together with owners to achieve this target. And the other one is the REC trading platform, so they can trade in terms of renewable energy, who is going to do that kind of work. Okay, of course, all these must do in a digitized way, okay, rather than manual. So what we do, we have to implement, we plan, do, check, and act on it, how to achieve the target. So you can see on the area that first, of course, we identify all the buildings and energy sources. Okay, basically, if the developers have a couple of buildings, we can identify all the buildings in terms of all the energy consumption, and then put into a database, okay, IoT database, to organize and connect all this and make sure that we know all the consumption of each area. And then we plan the next 5 years or 10 years, it depends on the company, and how are we going to reduce the energy consumption. That is the first part. Then we talk about renewable energy and renewable certificate. So as a Esco, what we can do is that we help in terms of planning out, okay, what is the options of cost implement in this process of getting the net zero. So we can have option 1, option 2, option 4, 3, and 4, and 5. So that is where we go about doing this to help the owner to identify area to reduce energy consumption. So next is that we go into the baseline of each area. Then with the baseline, then how are we going to target and how to reach your target. So we plan for them in terms of the next 5 years or 10 years. You can see that we get the past 2 years data from 2001, 18, 19. Then we project out what is the consumption, and from there, area where we can help them reduce energy, area where we need to spend capital investment to help them reduce, and finally, what is the target to put in renewable that in our own in their building, and finally the renewable certificate, how much they need to invest to pay for it. So this is all through IoT way of helping them instead of the normal using by calculation. So this is so we can have the actual what they have done in the past year, and what is the forecast we need to do. So we plan for them. So milestone 3, you can see that know the way how to reach a target, okay, and then we will plan on area to help to save energy without spending. So you can see the one below the line is to show that the area we save but without spending money. So the blue is the one that we need to invest to save, and finally the green is the one that we need to do renewable, and also the renewable certificate that we need to buy on the market. So you can see that through the options, which is the one that to spend, so it can tabulate out nicely by people like us, Esco, we help them to do this. So milestone 4 what we do is that practically we are moving forward to the real world, okay, with all data. On the left, number one, you can see that what we do as Esco, we help them to tabulate all the know-how in order to get this done. So from, you can see that the pink color bar from 120 to 100, okay, how we able to achieve that. And then from 100 to 80, okay, why you can see a company horsepower, they are the one who help us in terms of putting renewable into the building, okay. And finally, the REC certificate, which is using IoT to track how much to buy in terms of renewable certificate. So we have this partner in Singapore to work together. So in order to move forward on the real time, so we, of course, we work with our partners, Switch Automation, to do some IoT data to manage the data where how to help instantly we know how much carbon reduction we achieve and how much we need to consume in order to buy our EC. So this is all the data that we require to justify how to help the owner to minimize buying REC2. And you can see over here, when it comes to the actual action with using IoT information, how to, whether the power generated by ourselves or actually we have to purchase through other sources. So we can look into all this to help them to achieve net zero target. So finally, I would like to share that in October 26 to 28, we have a Asia Clean Energy Summit. We welcome you to join this conference and exhibition. You can actually log in and register and join us. Thank you very much. Thank you.
谢谢罗主任委员的分享。接下来呢，我们要进行今天的第5个议题，邀请到的是马来西亚 Esco 协会理事长 Mr. Zulkifli Zahari， 他要跟我们分享的主题是 an update on the Esco industry and EE initiatives in Malaysia and role of MyEsco to further facilitate and prepare the EE industry. And now we want to introduce our speaker from Malaysia. He is the president of the Malaysia Association of Energy Service Companies, and the topic is on an update on the Esco industry and EE initiatives in Malaysia and the role of MyEsco to further facilitate and prepare the EE industry.
Thank you very much, organizers of Taiwan International Esco Webinar 2021. My name is Zulkifli Zahari. I'm from MyEsco of Malaysia. I would like to give you an update of our Esco industry and energy efficiency initiatives in Malaysia, and of course the role that MyEsco plays in order to develop the industry in Malaysia. Next slide. This slide shows an ideal ecosystem for a national EE industry. This diagram is what I am guided with as the president of MyEsco in order to fulfill our country's requirement of energy efficiency industry. So as we know, national energy efficiency policy, when you have a comprehensive policy, we will have regulations in place, we will have physical tools like incentives and fundings in place, and we will have specific institutions and agencies by the government to implement the policies. So in Malaysia, we do not have yet this complete legal framework. We only have a regulation to regulate electricity for the time being. And we do have some physical tools, which is like in pioneer status and tax allowance for EE equipment. And we also have institutions for agents for implementing EE policies in our country, such as the Malaysian Green Tech Corporation and Sustainable Energy Development Authority. And so the only missing part in our energy efficiency is a regulation, an act. Yeah. So if we have all this, then it will promote the business of energy efficiency, such as the EPC models. And as we know, EPC model, there are two kinds of EPC models: shared savings and guaranteed savings. Now, if all this industry is developed, then we will have the ability to develop more professionals in terms of energy management, certified energy management, certified energy auditors, and monitoring and verification specialists. And with such specialists and with such industry that is being promoted, then there will be an automatic attraction to the financial institutions to fund bankable projects under EPC, which is also somewhat subsidized by the government through its physical tools. Next slide. And these are the issues that MESCO is attending or addressing as a matter of interaction with our industry. As I mentioned just now, we are waiting for the Energy Efficiency Conservation Act to be enacted. Now, unfortunately, this is already 5 years late. We have started to look into this act almost 10 years ago. But because of many reasons, including some recent instability in our political situation, so this has been deferred. Hopefully, it will be enacted by 2021. And just for your information, this act will include thermal energy. Prior to this, we are only regulating electrical. Number two, I'm not sure I understand. Number two on my slide is because of the political instability, we do not have a tabling of the targets of energy efficiency in our 12 Malaysia plan, which is between 2021 and 2025. The third is, so we only have one regulation, which is called the Efficient Management of Electrical Energy Regulation, which was enforced in 2008. But these regulations still require quite a lot of expertise. We still have shortage of registered energy managers, which the facilities affected by this regulation need to have on board in order to comply with the regulation. So MESCO is addressing the shortages. Number four, as I mentioned, when you have to regulate thermal energy, then you need to develop expertise in this field too. So MESCO also is looking to prepare all the industrial, commercial, and government sectors in order to make this act effective once it is enacted, hopefully next year. Number five, we of course continuously promote the EPC business model, and we are working with the government, whether it's awards, whether it's funding, or whether it's training, in order to promote more and more EPC contracts in the country. Number six, there is no clear system still in our country in order to collect data from buildings, to disseminate information, to get people to be aware of the importance of energy efficiency, because there is still no proper method of collecting data. So I think this will actually hamper the progress of implementing policies if we do not have the system in place. So MESCO is also working to help government do this. Number seven, so we still do not have a building regulation to implement energy efficiency. So with the act, we may develop regulation just to address building energy efficiency. So we will still have to wait for the act. Number 8, we have a standard, energy efficiency in building standard, which is called the Malaysian Standard MS1525, which was revised in 2019. And any building that needs to be approved will need to go through a process through the authorities. So we would like the authorities to impose or make it mandatory that new buildings have this standard into the new application. But unfortunately, because of the lack of capacity, this has not materialized, even though we have tried to do it for a long time. The last one is, of course, just some housekeeping activities by MISCO, which is to update all our outdated guidelines, whether it is thermal or electrical guidelines, which is used as reference by the industry and commercial sector. Next slide. So, training programs. So, MISCO's key activity still remains capacity building in energy efficiency expertise. So the main training program that we do is still the Certified Energy Manager Training course, which is now currently conducted online because of the COVID-19 pandemic. This course will be eligible, will make participants eligible to register themselves as an energy manager to those facilities who are affected by the regulation that I mentioned earlier. So this regulation specifically says that if you use 3 million kilowatt hour of electricity over 6 months, you must employ an energy manager. So every month we shall do an online course and the average participant is about 20 per session. But normally if you talk about face-to-face, it will be more. So during the pandemic, this is somewhat limited. The next slide shows the summary of registered electrical energy managers as of 2021 August. So this pie chart shows that MISCO is still the front runner of providing training or producing the numbers required by the industry. So based on the latest approval results, the numbers that MISCO would have produced would be more than 40% of the total energy managers registered in the country. Next slide. So as we know, I have mentioned that thermal energy will be regulated very soon once our act comes. And we know that industrial sector is the main user for thermal energy. So we've started this course in 2019. And our course will focus on significant thermal energy use equipment and as well as the methodologies and techniques in thermal energy management. Next slide. And the course outline, of course, it covers all the major equipment of thermal, such as boilers, module 6, module 7 is steam systems, module 8 is thermal oil heaters, industrial furnace, and of course, we have subjects such as fuel management combustion in module 4. We also have subjects on co-generations on module 12, and module 19 talks about energy audit equipment as well as energy audit itself. And finally, for you to pass this course, you have to go through a written test in order to be registered with MISCO as a certified thermal energy manager. The next slide. Separately, of course, we are very thankful to have EECJ of Japan also to help train the trainers on thermal energy as well. This is quite a very technical course, with a lot of scientific formulas and mathematics in order to understand the complexities of thermal energy. And the next slide shows the participants of the first training course. It shows our hosts training online from Japan and representatives from the academicians, the professional bodies, professional associations, regulators attending and learning from the Japanese on their experience and their expertise in thermal energy management. Now I would like to talk about Energy Audit Conditional Grant 2.0. I think the first presentation that I made in Taiwan, I spoke about the first energy audit conditional grant. So we have come to the second level of energy audit second grant. So this is a very, very, very crucial and important program for Malaysia because it promotes energy audits in the industry. So for this fund, it will be this program is between 2021 and 2025, and the total allocation for this fund is about $20 million for this period of 5 years. And anybody who wants to participate in this grant, it means that you have to come up with half the amount of money to do the energy audit through a registered Esco with the government. And the audit period given will be about 2 months. And then you will have to go through 3 years of reporting, including monitoring and reporting for 3 years. And along the way, you build capacity in the affected facilities. So this program is targeted to the affected facilities of our existing energy management regulation, as I mentioned earlier. So it is targeted that 860 industrial and commercial premises will be audited by the end of this program. So in summary, the objective of this grant is to create awareness and the importance of energy audit as part of the energy efficiency conservation exercise. And it will also provide financing assistance because many people who even use a lot of electricity are quite reluctant to spend money on energy audit. So they do not know where they stand or how do they compare themselves. So when we do this energy audit, they will be able to understand and set their own baselines and compare with others. So this becomes the platform for them to implement energy saving measures once they actually appreciate. And when you do these measures, of course, you will save energy. And finally, you also build capacity to manage energy in your facilities. So for 2021, the target is about 17 million or 4 million US dollars. So far, the target is 71 applications and that has been made, and 17 applications have been approved. And this program is carried out by our Energy Commission as the Secretariat and Coordinator, and with our Sustainable Energy Development of Malaysia as the implementing agency. Next slide I would like to talk about is EPC financing. So EPC financing, the first presentation that I did, I used the same slide here, which is a picture taken in 2017, which approves an EPC fund of USD 50 million US dollars. So this is specifically for Escos to undertake EPC projects, whether it is in government sector or commercial sector. So the the fund is being managed by a government bank called Malaysian Debt Venture. So we work closely with Malaysian Debt Venture. We have regular exchanges and updates on the progress of this fund. So about a month ago, they've given our latest report stating that they have approved USD 230 million worth of projects to 64 companies, out of which about 20 million has been allocated or carried out for energy efficiency projects, which means that about 10% or so is for energy efficiency. Mainly, the most of the fund is being used for renewable energy, because I think we all know that renewable energy is more straightforward and easier to get approval by the bank. So the key features of this facility is the term and revolving trade finance. They have a 1% subsidy. Not very much. I wish it is more, but that is the subsidy against what they normally would give. Financing project will be up to 85% of the value of the project. And the next one is they will fund up to 10 years. So you can have an EPC of up to 10 years. Even though our clients probably, most of them want it to be below 5 years, but this fund is available for Escos up to 10 years. And the financing amount, the maximum is up to 15 million. The next slide continues, and it will only be given to only Escos, so it cannot be applied by the client. They can only be done through Escos, and it is mainly for buildings or complexes in Malaysia. You cannot do it anywhere else but in Malaysia. So the projects also must have investment grade audits carried out by the Escos, and have to show that you have a good and an acceptable measurement and verification plan in place. And the Esco must also be registered by the government, to the government. And further than that, the next slide shows that the company must have at least $25,000 of paid up capital, and the principal security of the project earnings will be the project earnings will be the principal security or the collateral for this bank. And of course, the normal checks of company directors and credit requirements will be the usual requirement to be assessed by the bank. So this just the next slide only shows how the mechanism of this funding works. Why it's cheaper is because there is some subsidy paid by government programs in order to fund the credit guarantee cover as well as interest rates, which only comes down to 1% by an entity called CGC. And of course, when the Esco applies based on the criteria that is set, they can carry on and do the contract direct with the building owner. The next slide. So the promotion of EPC industry in Malaysia. So what does MESCO do in order to promote EPC industry further? So in Malaysia, for the past 3 years, we have this new award called National Energy Awards. So initially, EPC was not part of this award, but for the past 2 years, we have included energy performance contracting as the award. This National Energy Award is quite a big deal in Malaysia, because those people who win not only get cash prizes, a big cash prize, but they also get a lot of publicity and a lot of recognition by the government and the industry. So one of the main categories of this award for energy efficiency, we can say there are three. The first is the buildings that are designed from the beginning. If buildings are designed from the beginning to be very efficient, then they can apply to win this award. So, but the middle one, which is the retrofit buildings. So buildings that are having a bit aged equipment that undergoes retrofits, there are two possibilities. The first is through EPC, which is through the Esco, or the second is the direct expenditure from the building owner themselves. So in the EPC mode, MESCO is given the privilege to provide the guidelines and the criteria in order for the companies to be awarded winning for this project. And the last category, the last for energy efficiency is for buildings that are already in existence and are managed very well and very efficient, can also be applying for this award. The next slide. This is the criteria given by MESCO in order for the participants to win the award. It is divided into 4 main categories. The first is the Esco credentials. The Esco credentials, meaning to say the financial strength, the project reference and management structure is given 15%. Technical competencies are given 15%, of which is listed as the competent personnel, operational manpower, and so on. And the most points is provided for technical criteria, which is given 40 points. And finally, economic benefits, which is given 30 points. So when we have this award, we can see that many companies are very, very keen to participate, and ESCOs also are also very keen to participate, and it will improve, will attract a lot of interest to do energy efficiency in buildings and industries in our country. The next slide. MESCO is also involved in a few housekeeping activities. Yeah. So in this particular case, we are working with a local university, a local public university, to do a comprehensive energy efficiency benchmarking study for building sector. As you know, the building sector uses, in Malaysia at least, we estimate that it's about 45% of energy is being consumed. And it is also estimated that if we do proper energy efficiency programs in Malaysia, we could save up to 46 billion ringgit, or about $10 billion per year in Malaysia. So currently we have some guidelines in order to look into energy efficiency in buildings. It is being produced by the Green Building Index tools or our MS 1525 guidelines. But unfortunately, they don't have any benchmarking references. So because of that, we therefore need to do this exercise so that we can have a little bit more information on the various types of categories of buildings, because there's so many different kinds of buildings, such as building complexes, shopping complexes, hospitals, commercial buildings. So every type of building have got different kinds of building energy indexes, and we do not have such an information. And this exercise will also allow the ability for us to report to the government on such details. So this exercise will allow us to classify buildings, will allow us to identify energy information and data requirement, will allow us to identify energy benchmarking for building sectors, and also benchmark ourselves against other countries. And finally, our last housekeeping activity is to update and redrafting of the Malaysian EE&C guidelines and development of efficient energy management system and measurement and verification guidelines. So this exercise basically is looking into updating of the electrical energy use equipment, which was last done in 2007, and thermal energy use equipment, which was last done in 2010. And of course, before this, we do not have anything on energy management system guidelines, as well as MMB guidelines. So we have two parts to this exercise, which is working with the stakeholders, and finally, the next phase would be to market, train, and do roadshows for the industries to be aware and use this as our reference. So with that, I think I thank you for listening to me. There are of course many other activities that we're doing, but I think I have highlighted the main one that is been done by Esco. Thank you again for inviting me.
And we'd like to thank Mr. Zulkifli for his presentation, and welcome everyone back to the 2021 International Esco webinar. 欢迎各位回到我们的2021国际 Esco 产业线上交流研讨会的直播现场。而今天的第6个议题邀请到的是来自韩国节能专业协会尹锡代总经理 Mr. Yoon Suk Jae 要跟我们分享 Korean policy Esco market issues. Now please join me to welcome Mr. Yoon Suk Jae, representing Korea Association of Energy Service Company, and the topic is Korean policy Esco market issues.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to have a chance to presentation the Esco and energy efficiency policy in Korea. I remember 2 years ago, the seminar was held in Taiwan, and I met many people, but it was not possible this time because of COVID-19. I would like to start the presentation by thanks for the Taiwanese officials prepared this webinar. Today, my topic is market status and energy efficiency trend. Next. As you know, Esco is my workplace. It was founded over 20 years. Our mission to save energy as well as reduce the greenhouse gas is through energy efficiency improvement. We have 115 Escos is regular members, 4 companies as special members. Next. We have been conducting various business to promote the Esco industry, such as on screen, as hosting seminar, conference, training project to raise up professional human resource, investigating relevant laws and legal system, making improvement proposal to the governments, conducting survey on industrial new technology trends, and then cooperate within our company. Next. As I think Esco concept is same, the Korean, not special concepts, USA and China, Taiwan, Korea, Japan, all of the other worlds is same. Esco project is for clients who want to save energy by conducting retrofit to old energy facilities, but they cannot do that because they have no money, because lack of skills, lack of information, energy efficiency improvement skills. So Esco provide guaranteed the energy saving effect of the project, and then make upfront investments, and then collect the investment from the energy saving to be generated out of the investment facility during a payback period. I think the Esco project can be very, very beneficial to clients since they provide professional maintenance service after installation and construction. In Korea, the main item is industrial sector is waste heat recovery and process improvements. Building sector is high efficiency LED lighting replacement. So recently we have a based on ICT technology related Esco project. Next. We have a Esco registration system. Our government runs the Esco registration system based on the criteria on the screen. This is the minimum registration criteria for Esco business. 6 years ago, it was significantly lowered in terms of deregulation. We have 300 company registered Esco by Esco. Next. This slide is Esco Korean market. Esco market reached the climax of $300 million in 2013. But since that time, the number has been decreasing from 150 million in 2016, and last year's Esco market is $86 million. The Esco market is sending a clean signal of stagnation by showing the degrowth of the compound annual growth rate to minus 27.1% since 2013. Our government has been providing financial support to Esco. This is not subsidized, it's just only low interest loan. It is 1.75%. In the last 5 years, we have 267 Esco projects. 147 projects were less than $0.2 million. I guess a medium and large size project was greatly reduced. One of the reasons is that large Esco activity has slowed down. Next. Esco market status is by facilities. At the earlier business, the invest target were mainly focused on lightening of buildings, but it has been diversified into waste heat risk recovery, industry process improvement, and HVAC, LED, and the other energy saving facility and renewable energy facilities. Next. In Korea, traditionally, Esco market occupied a large position of industrial sector, and the public sector is increasing due to the mandatory supply LED lighting. Most Esco projects are being promoted on the performance guarantee contract. Next. This slide is recently Korean energy efficiency policy. As well as climate change or climate crisis no longer a long-term challenge. It's a matter of directly related survivors. Korea also not exceptions. Our country has set up national determined contribution, I just call NDC, and set up 2009, and has been continuously updating, including raising the goal. 2009 30% reduction compared to 2020 business as usual. 2015, 70% reduction compared to 2030 business as usual to response to Paris Agreement. 2016, make a basic roadmap. We are make a basic roadmap to materialize 2030 NDC. 2018, increase domestic reduction and then reduce overseas reduction and then strengthen particular reduction and then updating. Last year, by changing the reduction goal notation method to a fixed and unchanged absolute value rather than the business as usual method. The will to the reduced greenhouse gas emissions is made clear to the international society. Next. This slide is Korean greenhouse gas emission status. We have a continuous increase until 2018, but have been decreasing since 2019 because due to active policies such as energy emission trading scheme implementation, expansion of the new renewable energy, and then abolition of old coal power plant transition. Next. This slide is a very important slide. Our government declared 2050 carbon net zero to participate in the global climate crisis response in 2020, and to preemptively respond to new global paradigms. We are making the 2050 carbon net zero scenario now because to materialize the policy direction necessary for full social restructuring and changing. I just saying it just about draft and will be finalized and the end of this year after full discussion. Carbon scenario is consists of 6 categories. Then transition sector, mobility sector, industrial sector, building sector, agriculture sector, waste sector. Whereas Esco, our country is Esco is focusing on industrial sectors, building sector, agriculture sector, and waste sector. Next. Industrial sector is energy demand is 139.9 million ton in 2050. Electricity consumption will increase because electricity replace fossil fuel. Greenhouse gas emissions 53.1 million tons, each 80% reduction compared to 2018. To achieve this, we are promoting the conversion of fuels and raw materials such as the use of waste synthetic resin and hydrogen heat source. In addition, we are activating improved energy efficiency by minimum 10 to maximum 20% throughout the industry. Next. Building sector energy demand is 37 million ton in 2050 by replacing fossil fuels with electricity and renewable energy. We are promoting energy efficiency reduction by improving energy efficiency through such as green remodeling and PEMS installation and distribution and high efficiency equipment. Greenhouse gas emission 7 million tons, each on 88% reduction compared to 2018. Next. Agriculture sector is energy demand is 2.2 million per in 2050. We promote fuel transition, improvement and farming method, and then expansion of facility making by energy by livestock down. Greenhouse gas emissions 15.4 million tons, each a 31% reduction compared to 2018. Next. Waste sector is the waste amount is 152 million tons in 2050. Greenhouse gas emission 4.4 million tons, each a 74% reduction compared to 2018. We promote the waste reduction and recycling policies, such as limiting the use of disposal products and reducing food waste, and then obliging the use of recycling materials. Next. So many Korean companies are making various efforts to improve energy efficiency to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. In the food industries, some is boilers, pumpers, motors, freezers, and freezers are being replaced with high efficiency equipment, and then operation improvement, and then waste removals such as aerative control, leak steam removals, energy management system, and inverter installations. In addition, we are recovering used steam through heat exchangers and heat pumps, or actively utilizing biomass to promote fuel transition. Next. The same is true for the cement and textile industries. Efficiency improvement is being promoted by expanding the use of waste concrete and waste synthetic resins, or by installation high efficiency equipment. Next. This slide is carbon neutral related issues. ERS, ETS, ESG, RE100, and K taxonomy is carbon tax. Our government has prepared various policies to realize carbon neutral and making various attempts to achieve it as planned. Among the various policies that's sensitive to Esco, we are focused on ERS, ETS, ESG, and K taxonomy. I think there's K taxonomy and ERS, ETS is Esco activation in the next few years. Very important impact on Esco. ERS is a system that obliges energy supplies to relevant portion of their total sales for energy efficiency improvement. Our government has started discussion to enact legislation. With the implementation of ETS, it is necessary to link up Esco project with the emission trading. ESG and K taxonomy evaluate and disclose how much effort companies have made to prevent climate crisis and climate change, and use it an indicator for corporate investing, which I think will be another opportunity for Esco. Next. What is the situation, or full situation thinking about the Esco rules? In Korea, traditional Esco focused only on energy audit and finding items, financing, construction, and warranty. But recently, as aforementioned issues have been highlighted, the measurement and verification of energy saving and greenhouse gas reduction performance is required. Very, very important is our Esco project. Our project in our Esco project is MMB. In order to achieve the NDC, it is to submit result backed by credibility and validate to the international community. I think our government subside maybe subside provide for verified energy saving or greenhouse gas reduction performance. MMB and Esco are attracting attention as an important means to realize carbon neutral society. Esco is key to improve energy improvements in energy efficiency and reduce greenhouse gas. Expectation to play a leading role in achieving carbon neutral that achieve the NDC. My presentation is end. Please refer to the Esco case. Thank you very much.
那我们今天研讨会的议题分享就在这边告一段落。接下来我们要进行5分钟的休息时间，有请各位贵宾稍微喘口气休息一下。同时也要再次的提醒大家，如果你有任何想请教讲者的提问，非常欢迎你们再继续的在留言区发问，而稍后精彩的研讨会座谈时间就即将展开。Now we will begin our 5-minute short break and we will be back for the panel discussion very shortly. And just a friendly reminder, if you have any questions you'd like to ask our panelists today, do not hesitate. This is your chance to leave your message at the chat box and we will dig into all the questions when we come back. 欢迎大家回到我们2021国际 Esco 产业线上交流研讨会的直播现场。接下来就是我们精彩的研讨会座谈时段。那么我们的语坛员，也就是刚才进行演说的讲者也都上线了。Welcome back to the 2021 International Esco webinar, and you're about to join the panel discussion of today's event. Now you will have the chance to meet with all of our panelists, and allow me to introduce them once again. 接下来我们要依照代表国家笔画顺序来一一的介绍，有请讲者们帮我们打开镜头，还有麦克风，和线上的观众打声招呼。Just a friendly reminder for all of our panelists, would you please turn on your camera and your microphone as we make our introductions? 第一位介绍的语坛人是来自日本 Esco 推进协议会国际委员会的主任委员 Head of International Affairs Committee from Japan Association of Energy Service Companies, Mr. Tetsuya Mikawa.
Good afternoon. This is you can.
Hello and welcome. 由于 Miss Mitsumi Totsuka 今天另外有要事没有办法来到现场，因此将会由日本阿字贝尔株式会社能源管理师中山俊信来参与线上的座谈。Since Miss Mitsumi Totsuka is unable to join our panel discussion, another representative from ASBIL Corporation, Mr. Toshinobu Nakayama, will instead participate in the discussion with us today. Hello. 接着，来自于韩国节能专业协会总经理 Mr. Yoon Suk Jae, representing Korea Association of Energy Services Companies. 欢迎 ，Welcome. 以及来自马来西亚 Esco 协会理事长 Mr. Zulkifli Zahari from Malaysia Association of Esco， 还有副理事长王振伦先生，今天也到了线上和大家来进行座谈。Vice President of MyESCO, Mr. Ong Ching-long, is also with us today. 另外，菲律宾能源效率连线理事长 Mr. Alexander Ablaza, President of the Philippine Energy Efficiency Alliance.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon.
Hi. We also have 来自新加坡永续能源协会能源效率委员会主任罗路强 Mr. Vincent Lo.Council of Sustainable Energy Association of Singapore. Hello.
大家午安。
最后，中华民国能源技术服务商业同业工会 赵宏耀理事长。Lastly, we have Mr. Hong Yao Chao, the president of Taiwan Energy Service Association.
大家好 ，Good afternoon。
相信各位参与我们上半段精彩的研讨会之后，心中可能都有一些想法或者是想了解的问题，所以我们现在就要邀请我们的讲者帮我们一一做解答。Now we have asked all of you to leave your questions in the question box or chat box, so we're going to begin our panel discussion right now. 那我们的小编们已经帮我们把所有的问题都已经聚集在一起，做了个整理。我们会依照这个国家笔画顺序来一一问我们的讲者。So now let's dig into our question of the day. We have an audience asking Mr. Toshinobu Nakayama. The question is, when it comes to DR, demand response, Japan seems to got more experience in implementing DR. So would you please share a little bit of information on any difficulties that encountered? 这个问题主要是在询问刚才 Esco Corporation 有讲到的 DR 虚量反应这个部分，在日本似乎是比较有应用的 DR 这样子的一个过程。那想要知道有没有在这个应用上面有遇到什么样子的困难吗 ？Mr. Nakayama?
Yes. Can you hear me? Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Okay. So thank you for give us your question. I would like to answer about your question. In Japan also, we faced very difficulty in order to implement this kind of the VPP system because of the renewable energy is one kind of the unstable power generator. That's why this kind of the energy resource will be implemented in the grid. It's a little bit difficult to control the power demand and supply, and also previously the Japan also don't have enough service and system to implement this kind of service. But as you know, we faced a big earthquake in 2011. At the time, we have to stop the nuclear power plant. On the other hand, in order to supply enough power to the demand, we have to operate the power plant like LNG or coal fire power plant. In this case, our CO2 emission from the power plant significantly increased. That's why the Japanese government has to reduce the CO2 emission as much as possible. That's why the government initiated conduct the implementation of the VPP system, and they try to do some demonstration project in order to implement this kind of the VPP system, and we in this demonstration project, we found some issue and difficulty. Then resolve this kind of the issue, then we start again the other demonstration project. Then again and again, Japanese government did such kind of effort, and finally, the Japanese government can implement this system in Japan. That is a history of the PPP system in Japan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nakayama. 稍微简单的总结一下刚才他说的，说像是在日本在这个部分事情上，其实也有非常多的困难，但是是经过不同的 trial and error， 例如说像是 demo 不断的尝试来找取最适合的方案。那尤其像是再生能源这部分，其实是不稳定也很难控制的。但是日本呢，经历这个3.1地震之后，火力需求发电的这个需求量变高了，因此呢，他们这个 CO2 emission 也变高，所以这是必须要改善的部分。所以也带到了这个 Esco Corporation 它在 VPP 在说虚拟电厂的这个部分，为什么是这么重要，而为什么会有这种紧急需求或者是抑制作用这种放电控制的一些功能，在未来都是很重要的趋势。We're going to go on with our second question, and this question will be for Mr. Tetsuya Meikawa. So we have this question asking about what you mentioned in this speech, that there is no significant ESCO sales or public sector for the past 13 years. So they're wondering why. Is there any reason why public sectors did not use ESCO? 这个问题是想要问 Mr. Tetsuya Meikawa， 想针对他在演讲中有说到过去13年日本公部门没有非常显著的 ESCO 案例，不晓得为什么。
Thank you very much for the question. It is also a kind of mystery for us as well. But maybe so I can just guess the reason why the central government do not want to procure ESCOs. On the other hand, local government has procured so much of ESCO project. I should mention that first. But as for the central government, maybe they do not want to lose their job by procuring private ESCO industries to take care of the energy efficiency in the governmental buildings. Maybe that should be one of the biggest reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meikawa. 我稍微总结一下，刚才他有特别说到，也许公部门在中央政府的部分比较没有这样子的合作，不过多数的地方政府是的确有愿意和企业这样子做合作。那他有稍微说到，可能是跟有一些担忧上。也许不一定是适应现在的趋势，或者是担心会被批评，甚至是政府部门可能会有一些其他想法，也许是和私人企业合作会有一些阴影，会让官员们稍微的却步，因此和中央政府会比较少这样子的合作方案。And we will now move on to our next question. This question is for Mr. Alexander Ablaza. You mentioned incentives as a means to remove barrier. Is there any incentive that an ESCO can be utilized in the Philippines? And what would be a suitable incentive model maybe in the Philippines? 这个问题是在问有关于 ESCO 市场成长过程中，他在演讲中有说了好几个可以移除的障碍，但是没有提到太多的补助，所以想要了解。当地有没有类似 ESCO 相关的补助呢？
Thank you for the question, Stella. There are fiscal incentives for energy efficiency, and there are fiscal incentives for renewable energy in the Philippines. Now, the advantage of fiscal incentives for renewable energy, because it was passed in 2008, the government was not yet rationalizing fiscal incentives. But the energy efficiency law, which includes incentives, was passed in 2019. Now, that's during a time when government was already rationalizing incentives. What was the end result? The end result is that renewable energy projects receive more incentives than energy efficiency. So we are, I think, it's a victim of timing, right? When during a time when government was rationalizing several incentives across many laws. But nonetheless, it should help. Looking at it positively, it should help Esco investments because it provides 4, 5, 6 years of income tax holiday for each Esco contract. So it with income tax holiday, it will improve the internal rate of return, the IRR of the after-tax IRR of an Esco project, and on top of the income tax holiday, there would be things like accelerated depreciation and extended net operating loss carryover, so that your cash flow will improve through the life of the performance contract. So it's still a decent set of fiscal incentives for energy efficiency and Esco projects. The one thing that I would like to mention is that it even allows third-party fiscal incentives. Third-party project developers to avail of incentives, and that we have removed foreign ownership restrictions. Not like solar. Solar foreign ownership is only capped at 40%. But in energy efficiency in the Philippines, as long as you're not drawing solar, wind, or hydro, foreign ownership can be up to 100% of the project cost. So that's another incentive. And beyond that, there, of course, just like the other countries like Malaysia, there are energy efficiency excellence awards. So recognition programs is a non-fiscal incentive for Esco projects.
Thank you, Mr. Ablaza. 稍微他刚才提到了，在政策上，有时候政府在规划的过程当中，不一定完全都是会 benefit， 刚好是在 Esco， 有可能是在再生能源比较多。不过呢，他说在这几年来，例如说像是在所得税减免 （income tax holiday）， 还有像是一些 IPB 奖励、所得税减免、优惠延长等等，甚至有一点像是雇用外籍人士来管理等等，技术人员这些都有放宽，所以因此在这个路上，这些稍微的补助其实都有些帮助的。Okay, now we have our next question. This is a question for Mr. Lau from Singapore. According to your outline from milestone 1 to milestone 5, this shows a very comprehensive work scope, but seems to involve a lot of hardware, software, labor works, and very expensive. They would like to know, typically, customer is still looking at $ effectiveness. So would this pay off for them, or who are your main customers? 我们要询问的是新加坡的 Vincent Low， 他刚才有说，在 Esco 可以从 milestone 1到 milestone 5这整个阶段都可以提供非常完整的一个架构。不过这当然人力成本比较高，那客户通常采购考量最后都还是投资报酬率。因此呢，这位是想要知道他们大部分的顾客是谁，那这样子的费用到底能不能够回馈
？Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I have actually put up a 6-pointer. The first thing that why this 5 milestone to meet net zero, first thing is that the developers must have this intention to showcase to the industry that they want to meet net zero. And of course, also their promise in 2030, they want to meet net zero target. So this is a milestone to achieve the target. Has regard to the manpower and also the amount of work, it all depends on the saving potential of all their building and how much they can actually reduce the energy consumption.
then has long the software, because every building have their own control system. So this IoT software developer will integrate whatever brand of BMS system that they have installed in the building. So that actually helps to reduce the cost of implementing extra monitoring system to the building. And in terms of the financial part of it, in Singapore, there is a green loan by the bank to fund the projects, or Esco will fund the project as a EPC contract. So it do not really affect our developers in terms of their cash flow. Now, in terms of incentive, in Singapore, there is an incentive for industrial, factory, and small, medium enterprise companies. So there is grant provided to this area. And next is, if there is new technology implemented in the project, our government will also fund up to 70% on technology where have not implemented in Singapore, where it can help to save energy. Then the government will have this grant by our Building Construction Authority to fund them. Of course, this will go through a process to check, make sure this technology is viable to implement. So this is how we go about to help the industry to meet net zero. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Low. 他刚才有特别说到这个 net zero 这个目标要非常的明确。那其中这些遇到金流上的问题的时候，例如说像是 green loan 银行这个部分，或者是 Esco 合约都可以来运用，甚至像是补助，像是针对工业还有中小企业也有补助，尤其像是新加坡针对新的科技还没有在新加坡使用的科技，政府这边的补助也不少。And now we have our next question, and this question is for Mr. Zulkifli. The question to Mr. Zulkifli: according to eligibility criteria of Energy Audit Condition Grant, it looks like this is for large energy use end user and is only for the energy audit work. Where the implementation is not granted, typically small or medium-sized energy end users tend to short in funding and might not be eligible for grant. How would you motivate SME to improve energy efficiency? 这个是问题是想要请问 Mr. Zulkifli， 在他们的能源审计补贴看起来是有一些的特定的申请条件。那例如其中能源大户才可能会符合资格，资金匮乏的中小企业业主们会不会得到类似的补贴或补助呢？
Thank you very much for the question, Stella.
Thank you.
So in my presentation, I mentioned that this is EACG or Energy Audit Grant 2.0. Yeah, we had EACG 1.0 before this, and 1.0 was enjoyed mainly by the SMEs, the smaller industries. Yeah. So we have not left out the small and medium industries at all. Yeah, only that because the smaller industries are, to be honest, more receptive to energy projects, whereas the bigger ones, they are a bit more difficult to try and penetrate. So obviously, our government through this new grant has set up a bigger fund in order to promote a better impact in terms of energy efficiency in the affected facilities, because they are required by law to do. Yet they have not really done as much as possible, because only 60% compliance at present. So even in our energy awards, the winners are actually the small and medium ones. and where you're talking about physical incentives like the pioneer state, this allowance, expenditure allowance for equipment purchase and so on, it is enjoyed by large and small industries too. So we have not left out the small industries at all. In fact, they are more active. We have 90% of industries are in the SMEs, including commercial buildings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zulkifli。其实刚才在他的演讲当中，他也有讲到，在这个政治情势比较不确定的状况下，其实在新法规的规则等等都还没有完全定下来。那在这之间，他是认为说一步一步来，但是这样子的一个补助呢，其实是中小企业也可以受到 benefit 的。那例如说，像是他刚才在演讲中也有特别讲说，很多中小企业主要是没有这个人力、技术、资金啊等等，不过 Esco 就可以透过这样子去培养，那培养人力、培养技术等等，就可以在这个产业做出一些效果。And next, we have a question for Mr. Yoon Suk Jae. This is a question about mentioning the national determined contribution and net zero that can help Esco growing in the future. Typically, this will require additional expertise than energy efficient improvements such as involving renewable energy storage, green power purchase. So how would you integrate the additional capacity? And this will make an Esco project more complicated or more expensive. 这个问题是针对南韩的协会代表，希望他们针对这个 NDC 还有 Net Zero 这个部分，希望可以带动 Esco 市场。不过这还需要可能一些专业技术或额外的软硬体设备，例如说像是再生能源、储能、绿电交易等等。怎么样可以整合原本的技术，还有专业技术，以及这个费用的提升，要怎么样开发新的业务呢？
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Stella, for good question. I think, of course, renewable energy and energy storage and green power purchase are also required to achieve NDC and carbon net zero. But I think the carbon net zero and NDC related Esco opportunity I mentioned are slightly different. As my presentation, Korea emits about 700 million tons greenhouse gas. Our government has declared carbon net zero. This number cannot be achieved only through the supply of renewable energy, which means what are we doing? It is directly related to energy efficiency improvement. There is already a system in place give a quota to companies that emit a lot of greenhouse gas, and then give us mandatory penalty if they emit more than this. In addition, our Korea is already in the process of becoming smart by applying ICT technology through all fields of industry, buildings, and agriculture. The proliferation of smart factory and smart buildings and smart farm is expected to increase the reliability and accuracy of data and increase customer satisfaction with the energy performance of Esco's E projects. Our company, in the country in Esco, try and should be explain the client that doing an Esco project will be benefit the company in the medium and long term period. Yeah, to give to client saving energy saving and performance. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you very much. I think we have an extra question coming in just now. It's for this question is regarding Taiwan's Esco market. Does it have the same potential as Japan regarding BPP and DR? This question would be maybe for Mr. Nakayama. Would you be able to answer this question? 还是我们这一题请赵宏耀赵先生帮我们来稍微先回答一下。不晓得在这个台湾是不是台湾的 Esco 市场也可以像日本一样的有潜力，会需要虚拟电厂架构或者是整合虚量反应这个部分。
Sorry, could you please explain the question again?
Perhaps maybe we will allow Mr. Zhao to answer the question first, and we will come back for your opinion as well.
Okay.
Since we haven't had the opportunity to hear from him.
Thank you.
Would that be okay? Thank you.
对不起，所以你刚刚的意思是说，我们国内是不是有机会可以整合相关像 DR 啦、虚量反应这样子的技术吗？
对，没错。
是，这个也是目前应该是我们所期待的，应该是有机会，但是它主要的解决的问题，其实应该不是在节能，而是在解决电网稳定性的问题。所以实质的贡献可能不是在节能减碳，而是在费用的节省上，还有因为再生能源用电占比越来越高的时候，那需要维持一个电网的稳定。那所以其实应该是比较属于function，就是功能上的一个协调。那有没有商机？一定有商机。那这个商机当然还创造者还是来自于台电本身，就是能源提供者本身，它提供的这些诱因价格机制是不是足够去做这个事情？那就是它才会去引导更多的人去做。那未来现在在看的就是像虚拟电厂，或者是社区型的微电网的这样的逻辑。那最终当然台湾的市场，如果以台湾来讲，可能最终需要有一个终端的，比如说电力零售商的形态出来。所以回到源头还是经济的问题，就是钱的问题。所以它应该我的看法，它不是重点不在节约能源，重点是在用电的调度。那它需要靠的是合理的电费率架构，才能够支撑这样的经济模式来运作。
那其实说到虚量反应，现在很多国家都是这个提升节能潜力的这个措施嘛。那有的是透过像你说用电调度或提供折扣，不过在台湾会不会相对的诱因不大，或者是这样断电的影响会让人有点却步？
我这个跟日本刚刚讲的意思是一样哦。我相信对我们台电来讲，或者我们其他的所有跟能源相关的业者来讲，这个都还在学习，我们也还在学习。但这个比较重要的还是台电的态度，跟他对这个事情，他愿意用多快的速度来进行。那这个也是相对的。如果说像德国一直拉高它的再生能源用电的发电比率的话，那这个就要进展更快。所以这个技术来源，我想除了日本、美国、德国几个先进国家都在做的话，我们台湾其实自己也要去找出我们自己的模式，因为毕竟台湾的电网是孤岛型的电网，跟美国跟欧洲都不一样，说不定我们的形态应该是会跟日本比较接近，就是在用电的电网的管理上面。对，所以我的感觉应该是日本的模式应该会比较值得我们去参考。
Now we turn back to Mr. Yakanama. We would like to know in the future, what is the market potential for DR or VPP that you presented earlier, and could it be applicable in Taiwan as well?
Okay, so thank you for giving us a question. Regarding the market potential for VPP business, okay. Frankly speaking, I have to check the situation in detail because I have no information now. So later on, I will check the situation and come back to all of participants.
Thank you very much. 没关系，我们现在Mr. Nakayama 说他之后如果有更详细的资讯，他也会再提供给我们。那我们也可以再透过无论是email 或者是 survey 的方式，我们也可以再寄送给大家。Lastly, we have a question that is for all of our panelists. This is a question that we are discussing today, that there is one critical issue happening right now, which is the COVID-19. And Esco or EE projects typically involve lots of traveling and interpersonal communication. So these are now eliminated, kind of. And how do you all overcome this issue? And in the future, any innovative method to minimize the impact of COVID-19? 那这个问题是要询问现场所有的讲师，因为我们今天所谈到的这个议题，因为疫情的关系，像我们的这次会议也变成是线上进行。那 Esco 的专案开发通常是需要很长时间跟着客户往来，那因为疫情的关系，这样子人与人的接触要减少甚至停滞。那在未来业务开发上，大家要怎么去突破？那或者是有没有什么替代的做法呢？我们先从邵理事长帮我们先来回答好了。
我相信这个应该是国内很多我们的 Esco 的同业的问题。那因为这个其实一定会有影响，因为其实本来很多事情就是要面对面沟通。那因为你没办法面对面沟通，有很多事情的沟通的方法就会有问题。那现在其实严格讲起来是说，这样子的疫情的关系，或者是说人跟人接触的行为模式的改变，那到底要怎么处理？所以一定是会拉长整个业务沟通上的一个时间跟成本，这个免不了。但是另外一方面讲，就是说你透过视讯或者透过电话的方式，那大家彼此可能有一个缓冲期，可能在沟通上大家多了一点时间去思考，说不定有时候也不是坏事。那当然另外还有一个好处是说，因为你不是直接拜访，有时候要直接约访也不容易。那在线上的讨论当然有它的局限性，但是某些时候如果可以把公司的高层，因为他可能在总部，那你实施的地点可能在另外一个地点，那透过线上的方式可以同时把高层跟现场的操作或者现场的主管直接拉在一起讨论，说不定有时候也有它的方便性。所以好坏比较难讲了，不过现在就是要去想一个办法怎么解决这个问题。那真正的影响倒不是业务，真正影响其实是应该在现场做能源诊断、做 energy audit 的时候，你要在现场看一些东西，必须现场做测量啊，或者在现场勘察啦等等，这个反而才会是问题。那如果将来顺利的话，说2剂的疫苗把它当成流感看的说，那 eventually 你还是可以进场去看。那怕的是说限制你不能去现场看，那才是问题的开始。大概简单的说明。
好，太好了，谢谢。Thank you, Mr. Chow. He was talking about how the face-to-face interaction has been kind of eliminated. So the Esco process would be more lengthy and it could cost higher, but it also gives us more time to process, to communicate. Online communication can probably allow us to meet the people that maybe didn't have time to meet in person. And so there would be benefits. You would be able to meet different people online with different levels of management. And for sure, the solution is really crucial. For example, when you go do audit and you cannot be at the site, and that is a big problem. But hopefully, like you said, vaccine could maybe solve their problem, and one step by step, we'll be able to find a solution. May we have Mr. Ablaza? Maybe would you have some input on this issue as well?
Sure, Stella. COVID-19 pandemic has a negative side and also has a positive side for the ESCO industry in the Philippines. Negative side, yes, there were less face-to-face energy audits, walkthrough audits, investment grade audits had to slow down, and we really had to have suffered a dip in business volumes through 2020, and we hope that the numbers will improve in 2021. But there's a positive side. The positive side is what we're telling government using the nonprofit organization PE2 or Philippine Energy Efficiency Alliance is that energy efficiency creates more jobs than infrastructure projects. So it could be used as a stimulus activities. In fact, what we're telling government is for every $1 million, energy efficiency can create over 37 jobs through ESCO contracts, through building construction, through all other renovation and retrofit measures. But the typical infrastructure projects like energy, transport, and water creates only 25 jobs. So we can, for every, if government wants to use this as a stimulus activity, you can push more money through energy efficiency, accelerate public spending in energy efficiency to create more jobs. The second positive aspect here is because, if we have to prepare for the new future, I think 2021, we're pushing more IoT. We're pushing more digital solutions so that you can capture baseline information right now from the cloud and lessen the dependence on face-to-face. So it's just the installation of the sensors, smart meters, and communication hardware that's going to be a challenge here. But once that's installed, you have the technology that would deliver data for measurement, for verification, and even for future audits. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ablaza. 稍微简短的说明一下，他刚才也说，当然这件事情针对Esco 的整个 industry 有好有坏的影响，不能面对面，没办法现场勘察等等，当然也会影响收入。不过呢，这样子也是一个创造更多工作机会的一个方式，并且呢，在这样子能源需求下滑的状况下，其实也可以让政府还有不同的企业去探讨，也许怎么样去整合数位化市场、用互联网等等的。May we have Mr. Yoon Sik-jae? We would like to hear your input on this topic as well.
Yes, our country and Esco must be the site for energy audit. But however, I think if all sites become smart in the future society, visit to the site can be minimized. In fact, in Korea, some Esco analysis the data of a smart factory without going to the site. So find for energy efficiency improvement items. And then meeting with client as conducted by these programs. This program, Zoom or as WebEx by used and meetings and through this online meeting programs. But yeah, it's all.
Thank you, Mr. Young. 那刚才简短的说一下，就是Smart Site， 就是希望也许未来无论在建筑上等等，我们都可以以智能化来去取代，也许以后也不用完全都要到现场去做勘察，往这方面发展，也许是市场未来的趋势。And now, can we have Mr. Maekawa? Would you like to share your input on this issue?
Yes, maybe almost the same. maybe the negative impact is that it is not easy to find a new customer, especially new customer. And the opportunities for the walk-through on-site survey is mostly delayed. In Japan, maybe in next month, we will have the more chances, but at the moment, within September, it is not easy to go to the customers and to make on-site survey. On the other hand, as for the positive side, as an association, I think it is much easier to arrange the meeting. Of course, it is an online meeting, but it is much more easier to arrange an on-site meeting, much better than that of the pre-COVID situation, because before that, in the pre-COVID situation, we just had the face-to-face meeting, and it took so many times to arrange the date and day. But nowadays, it is much easier to arrange the meeting, especially for the online meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much。其实他刚刚最后一句说的也是有不少的好处，就是我们现在都是透过这种线上的方式，也可以加速我们大家全球在沟通的一个速度。We also have another question coming in, so it's also a question for all of the speakers. So we'll be asking the remainder of the speakers to maybe answer this question. This question is on: is there any evaluation method for the energy service companies, and who would be in charge or who would be leading this evaluation? Maybe we can ask Mr. Ong Ching Lu from Malaysia to help us answer this question.
Yes, thank you, Stella, and good afternoon to everybody.
Good afternoon.
In terms of evaluation of Esco, there are two areas in which we are looking at. One is from Masco itself as an association. We do have quite many of application to join Masco. In fact, there will be three companies to be interviewed sometime next week. Now, what we normally do is we have a set of procedures and checklists for us to admit them into the member of Masco. We look into their technical capacity, human resource capacity, financial capacity. Now, technical play the most major part of which we want to see whether they have the technical expertise or competency in delivering energy audit or to carry out energy performance contracting, for example. We want to also look at whether they have had good track records. Many a times we have a company bringing a black box of technology that they claim to be energy efficient. And we have a panel of so-called experts asking the questions, and if they are not able to show it to us or able to prove it to us that that device is really technically able to save energy, we would have rejected them. So while we welcome so-called Esco to become a member of Masco, but we are also very conscious and careful in the manner in which we evaluate them. Secondly is a human capital. We want to make sure that the company in which they claim themselves to be the Esco have the engineers, the technicians, electricians, at least, yeah, to be able to do that. And if the company wanting to do EPC, energy performance contracting, I think certain level of financial resources required. If the company have only a payout capital, say $10 US, and in our opinion, it will not be financially capable to do a financing for an EPC project. So those are the areas in which we look at all the time. That is at the level of Masco. But the government also, to a certain extent, regulate the ESCOs, because for government to invite ESCO to participate in an EPC project, they only invite those who are registered with the government, for example. So the similar thing they are looking at, but probably lesser than in terms of requirement from Moscow. They want to make sure that there is a registered energy professional, which means the company must have a registered energy manager, for example. They must have in their possession energy audit instrument, okay, and a bit of track record as well. So these procedures are in place, but of course it can be further improved upon, because we want to ensure only those really capable of able to deliver energy efficiency or RE to a certain extent. They are genuinely having the capacity, the competency to do it. We do not want so-called less capable company to becoming an Esco and spoil the branding of the Esco in the industry. So we do have the mechanism in place. Thank you, Stella.
Thank you very much. 他刚才有特别说到，马来西亚的 MISCO 他们也有这样子的一个评鉴机制。那希望是透过这样子的机制，可以确保大家是有这个明确的目标，然后也可以确保大家的规模是有一定程度。例如说，他有说评鉴资格可能包含是不是他们的业务是不是符合，或者甚至工程设计，还有金融。甚至维修保养这些都有没有完整，甚至他们有没有这样子的能力，都是他的评鉴资格之一。And the same question we would also like to ask Mr. Zulkifli. Would you like to put your input on this issue as well?
I think Engineer Ong has covered most of the requirements. Yeah.
Yes.
Of course. If you want to look a little bit more in detail, I think very important for MISCO is we normally conduct an interview with them, as Engineer Ong has said, and we also want to know which sectors they actually do, maybe in utilities, in processes, in what technologies and experience they have, yeah, so that we also have two categories of Esco's registration in MISCO. One that does EPC and one that does not do EPC. So the one that wants to do EPC, they must be financially more strong, and the ones that do not do EPC but just provide consultancies may have a lesser capital in their company. So I think that's the only main thing that I want to add, and it's not easy to become a member of MISCO because we are very, very stringent in order to make sure that the quality of Escos in Malaysia are kept at a very high level. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zulkifli. Now I would like to ask Mr. Vincent Low. In Singapore, is there also similar evaluation methods regarding energy service companies as well?
In Singapore, basically the ESCO accreditation is by the government authority. So if the ESCO did not perform, they would be barred from ESCO accreditation, number one. Number two is that if there is a grant by the government authority will physically put their instrument to check our performance, whether our result is the same as what we have declared. So there is, I should look at it, there is no chance for us to do any non-performance to the ESCO project. So generally, it has been very strictly adheres to performance.
Thank you, Mr. Vincelo. The same question we would also like to ask Mr. Maekawa if you have any inputs. I know Japan has ECCS, maybe similar evaluation methods, or what is your experience in this that others can approach as well?
Okay, thank you. But unfortunately, at the moment in Japan, there are no accreditation system for the ESCO companies. And we, JISCO, used to, at the project, to have a kind of awarding system for the good ESCO project, not for the good ESCO company. At the moment, we are not doing that. So maybe my answer will be that it is not easy in my company to have that kind of awarding or accrediting kind of systems. Thank you.
Very much. I think we have another question coming in. The question is asking, how could government build the credibility of the third party of ESCO market, and who will be the most suitable role to play the third party in ESCO market? And this question is for all of the panelists as well. Do we have anyone that is eager? Oh, Mr. Aglander Ablazo would like to answer this question.
Yeah, I'd like to, because one of my advocacies across Asia, when I work with different governments across Asia, is to push for the third-party investor model, because up to 98% of ESCOs in developing Asia do not have suitable access to debt financing by banks. They usually max out. They don't have the equity portion, or they don't have enough collateral, or they don't have the financial strength to borrow. Let's say after 3 project loans, they usually max out their credit limit. So we need third-party project developers who would flow equity capital. Now, they could come in the form of a fund. They could come in the form of a super ESCO. They could come in the form of a portfolio investor. I've set up one equity vehicle in the Philippines called Climergy. So we are pooling funds right now, raising the first $100 million to invest now in small ESCO contracts less than $5 million each. So it's regulated in the sense that to apply for fiscal incentives in the Philippines, then we have to register ourselves as the third-party project developer. Also with another agency aside from Department of Energy, with the Board of Investments. So the third-party project developer is recognized in the Philippines as the other entity that may invest or raise capital for an ESCO project.
那这题我们也想要询问赵恒耀赵理事长，针对这种第三方融资，您怎么看？
其实简单讲，台湾的第三方，因为政府有拿那个 ESCO 的示范补助嘛，所以因为政府要确保它的示范补助达到一定效果，所以就有第三方。那这个第三方，只不过这个第三方就是委托给绿基金会执行啊。这个是因为即使even是在美国也是这样，你其实就 IPMVP 的角度看，第三方的量测验证。独立第三方量测验证，就是没有真正所谓独立的第三方验证这样的机构存在，除非是因为我出钱的人，我资助这个钱，譬如说谁，政府我提供诱因来补助你的 ESCO project， 那政府为了达到确保我这样子诱因，就是我当初开的条件是有承诺的，所以有一个独立第三方来验证这样子的节能绩效有没有做到，所以这是我们台湾这样做的逻辑。那如果以美国的案子来讲，美国是因为电厂本身它会提供一些rebate 的 program， 它为了确保它的 rebate 能够达到它的用电压抑它用电成长作用，所以电力公司通常也会聘用一个独立的顾问单位去协助他确认这样的 rebate 的 program 有没有达到，所以他的 MV 是从他那边来。 那甲乙双方另外一个条件，我想问的可能是想要知道说，甲乙双方他们本身是要做这样几个 Esco 的合约的话，那一般的情况，因为甲方在知识的对等上，在专业知识的对等上，甲方通常是比较弱势的一方，就是知识比较匮乏的一方，所以他一般来讲，如果真的有需要是，甲方会需要去聘用一个他信任的独立第三方，协助他去确认这些量测验证的结果、节能的绩效有没有达成，可能是这样，所以他有不同的角色跟不同的位置去看这个事情。
好，这一题我们刚才询问了 Mr. Blaza 还有赵理事长都帮我们回答了。不过呢，今天的2021国际 Esco 产业线上交流研讨会，非常谢谢大家的提问。不过时间的关系，我们现在就会告一段落了。We will be concluding the 2021 International Esco webinar as of right now. On behalf of the organization, I would like to thank all of you for participating. And if you have a moment, any participants, please help us fill out the post-webinar survey and give us a chance to host even better events in the future. It could go a long way. 在这边我们要非常谢谢大家参与以及响应以及热烈的提问，再次要谢谢今天与会的贵宾讲者帮我们带来这么丰富的议题，希望今天研讨会的内容可以带大家带来很多新的启发。那我们小编群也已经在留言区上放上了今天活动满意度的调查表，所以请各位再帮忙填写你们的意见，是我们未来规划活动非常重要的参考依据。最后呢，再次感谢大家的参与，研讨会在这边告一段落，谢谢大家。Thank you everyone for participating and joining us today, and we hope to see you again soon. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye bye.
Well done.
I hope see you guys soon.
Yes, we need to catch up. Yeah.